Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time. Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time. Little do you know, I know you're hurting while I'm sound asleep. Little do you know, all my mistakes are slowly drowning me. Little do you know, I'm trying to make it better piece by piece. Little do you know, I love you till the sun dies. Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time. I'm ready to forgive you, but forgetting is a harder fight. Little do you know I need a little more time. Little do you know. Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time. Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time.
Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece.
Little do you know I need a little more Little do you know, I know you're hurting while I'm sound asleep. Little do you know, all my mistakes are slowly drowning me. Little do you know, I'm trying to make it better piece by piece. Little do you know, I love you till the sun dies.
Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece.
Little do you know, I need a little more time. I'm ready to forgive you, but forgetting is a hard fight. Little do you know, I need a little more time. Little do you know. Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories. Little do you know I'm trying to pick myself up piece by piece. Little do you know I need a little more time.
Little do you know how I'm breaking while you fall asleep. Little do you know I'm still haunted by the memories.
It's going to be a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine day tomorrow. Like a moth to a flame, I'll pull you in, I pulled you back to what you need initially. It's just one call away, and you leave her, you're loyal to me. This time I'll let you be, 'cause she seems like she's good for you, and she makes you feel like you should. And all your friends say she's the one, her love for you is true. But does she know you call me when she sleeps? Or does she know the pictures that you keep? But does she know the reasons that you cry? Or tell me, does she know where your heart lies, where it truly lies? You should be with her, I let you go from time. You should stay with her, 'cause she seems like she's good for you, and she makes you feel like you should. And all your friends say she's the one, her love for you is true. But does she know you call me when she sleeps? Or does she know the pictures that you keep? But does she know the reasons that you cry? Or tell me, does she know where your heart lies, where it truly lies? Right here with me, babe, where it truly lies. My bed, babe, where it truly lies. Like a moth to a flame, I'll pull you in, I pulled you back to what you need initially. It's just one call away, and you leave her, you're loyal to me. This time I'll let you be, 'cause she seems like
Where the fuck are the sun gorillas? Where the fuck is the excitement? Where the fuck is the energy? What is going on? What in the world is going on? What is this laziness? What is this lack of energy? What is this sterility? What is this complacency? What is this? Everyone's just, oh yeah, we're just gonna be winning. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know what's going on? How we've been here for nearly 2 years we've been here. You know what's going on. You know what we're about. You know what we're heading for. You know what the vibe is. You know what this all is. Don't act stupid. Don't play dumb. Like you got your thumb up your head. You know what's going on. And this year, it's going on. More on than it's ever been before. Let me see those fucking sun gorillas. Let me see those goddamn sun gorillas. And Mekadafi, thank you so much. We're going to be talking about Sam Seder. We're going to be talking about Ben Burgess. And we've got so much news. And we've got so many things to cover and so many things to cut. But don't act stupid. I just don't want you to act stupid like this is your first time. Oh, I don't know what's going on. What do you mean you don't know what's going on? You know what's going on. Be aware. Be aware of what's going on. Okay? Don't sit here idle. Don't zone out. It's been 2 years. You know what the deal is. You know what the MO is. You know that truth is on our side. And I'm going to be sharing with you. Holy fuck, Mason. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
Please debate Elise Carriere in your next stream.
I will debate anyone right now, okay? I have some things to cover that are very important. But to be clear, I will debate anyone right now. Anyone. Literally anyone. Just get in the show queue. State what you want to debate about in the show request. Can be even a sentence. I will debate you right now if you want to debate, okay? So, I don't have to be next stream. Thank you so much, Crack Dealer. Holy fuck. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. I will debate anyone. Literally now, okay? Ben Burgess. All right, I'm going to explain.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Shane.
I was the brains behind the IM which set up the Sam Seder Jackson
Oh, wow.
debate. I think we as the infrared communi should set up a Oz Sam debate.
That's what I was going to get to today. I want to debate Sam Seder. I officially do. There's a few things. Sam Seder has covered Haze from the Infrared Webcast on his main channel while simultaneously pretending I don't exist. He made a video on his main channel about me of him pretending to not know I exist. Then why upload it to your main channel? It's so fucking stupid, right? Then second of all, we've got Ben Burgess. So if you guys remember the Ben Burgess debate, he was BTFO'd, but he decided to go do some reflecting on his Substack as a coping mechanism, I guess, to basically write down. I mean, he's like, he ran away to his Substack, not thinking I would chase him there. I'm chasing him. I'm chasing Ben Burgess to his Substack, okay? I'm going to be chasing him all the way to his goddamn Substack tonight, and we're going to be breaking everything down. And I was thinking about doing a written response, but it doesn't even deserve a written response. We could literally do it all on stream because of how sophomoric and ignorant it is of the wider theoretical underpinnings of where our position is coming from, especially when it tries to talk about the MAGA communism stuff. But it gets into the barista, jibber jabber, and oh, Marx doesn't mean shut up. In any case, we're getting right into it. First with Sam Seder. Now, this is just rich, okay? This is just rich. Sam Seder, his main channel, and he uploads an entire video about me. Thank you so much, Diogenes.
Nothing funnier than a Fabian Marxist claiming the communism is incoherent. Ben Burgess completely was totally coping about productive laborers overwhelmingly supporting Trump.
No, the Starbucks coffee beans are productive. What are you talking about? Starbucks coffee, Starbucks, Starbucks. When the revolution is over, we're going to make all the infracells be sex slave baristas. We're totally not deranged, sick psychopaths. We're totally not upholding a modern version of slavery. We're totally not a bunch of fucking porn addicts. The fuck? Like, infrared people are saying, we want to destroy bullshit jobs, give people free time, and only have dignified manual labor. And
this is my first time watching
comrade.
live and doing a super chat. Salam alaikum, and you're my inspiration as an ML Twitch streamer. Love you, big eyes.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you so much, comrade. Appreciate you.
Using
Thank
the
you,
Q&A
MIG.
to continue debating was based on genius. Load of people saw it as trolling, but it was very tactical, hilarious but effective. Based.
Yeah, I always do that. I notice I always do that. Thank you, MIG. But, yeah, you guys want to notice something? Our meme is we're going to make you work the land bridge, which is not really humiliating. It's just, it's humbling. It's good, humbling work. But their meme is they're going to make us be baristas. It's kind of got like a lot of rape vibes, if you ask me, because it's almost like, it's like, oh, you have to do services for us. That's like one step removed from sex slavery. You know what I mean? So it's like they have really creepy, disgusting, horrific, psychopath. Like ours is you're going to have to work on the land bridge and what? Learn a good work ethic and develop good morals. And theirs is, oh, you're going to have to put on a dress and serve me coffee and be my servant. What? So their vision of socialism is one step removed away from sex slavery, a really disgusting rapist fantasy, and ours is the rule of labor and dignified work. It says a lot about character, you know what I mean? There's a bunch of sick fucks. Sick fucks. In any case, so Sam thought Haas Infrared was a band. Why would you upload this if you don't know who I am? It's such a stupid form of posturing. Oh, who's that Haas guy? I'm just going to put him on my main channel. No, you're trying to make the point that you don't know who I am, but you do know who I am because the point wouldn't be worth advertising on your main channel if you didn't know that I was someone you wanted to pretend you didn't know who I was. Thank you so much, Harold.
Quote by Che Guevara.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Trail Mix. Appreciate you, man. It's so stupid. It's like, Sam, if you didn't know who I was, you wouldn't advertise you didn't know who I was. I would literally be a guy you don't know. But you do know who I am. You're just trying to take a jeer at me like, oh, who's that? He's irrelevant. I don't know who he is. In any case, I'll debate you, Sam. I know you're looking for some content because you have a channel with 1 million subscribers and your videos get 4,000 views. Who the fuck are you, Sam Seder? You have 1 million subscribers and this is a video with 4,000 views on it. This is a video from 1 day ago that only 5,000 people looked at out of 1.2 million. Sam, you realize this is my, this is on the low end. When I upload a video and it only gets 5K, it's kind of on the low end. I have 25,000 subscribers, okay? You're like dangerously close to being on my level with these. I mean, what is this? This looks like my channel. Right? Now, this is a 69,000. I don't have much of those on my channel. But, for these, it's kind of just looks like my channel, if I'm being totally honest. It's like, he seems to have been doing better a few days ago, I guess. But, look, even if it's an average of 60,000, which is the most I'm seeing here, dude, you've got 1 million subscribers. This is pathetic. I'm sorry. But here's me, Haas Infrared, and this is Sam Seder pretending to not know who I was. Now, to give you some background, Sam, I know you know who I was. Because I literally was in Los Angeles with, yes, Jackson Hinkle. I remember sitting with Jackson in this upscale cigar lounge, outdoors. He had his, was it an iPad? I don't know what it was. and he was preparing for the debate with you. And we were talking about the debate, and I was like, dude, this is going to propel you into fame. And we were like, I was kind of helping him prepare a little for the debate. And I was there for the whole thing. You know? So you know who I am, Sam Seder. You took the biggest L of your life from my friend Jackson Hinkle. I was there for that. I was there for that, behind the scenes. You know, I didn't do much to help Jackson prepare because he already knew all his shit. But we were talking about the rhetoric and the dumb. We were talking about, they're going to do some dumb jab, take some personal jab at you. You were so predictable. We predicted everything you did in that stream. When we were sitting down as we were smoking cigars, we were predicting everything you were going to do. And you did all of it. And Jackson responded to it effortlessly. I remember that day there was a problem with his computer, his internet connection, and that was the one thing we couldn't foresee. But Sam Seder, you know who I am. I know you guys know who I am. A lot of you know who I am. The masses are the ones who don't know who I am. But you guys do. Thank you, boy.
Subscriber to viewer ratio, you have a more enthusiastic, active
Of course I
face.
do.
Nobody is watching his boring content. You still have vids with 35K.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you so much, Void. See, the masses don't know who the fuck Hayes from Infrared is. I'll grant you that. But the movers, the influencers, all of them know who the fuck I am. All of them. They're pretending they don't because they don't want this to catch on like wildfire. Because I'll tell you guys what. It's a pretty safe time right now. I'm going to give you Hayes' promise. The promise of Haas. Why does YouTube have to throttle my live streams? Why do I have to get banned? Why does all this shit have to happen to me? Why do they slander me and make up shit about me on Twitter? I'll tell you why. This is Haas's promise. Yeah, this is Hayes' promise. I'm going to give you Hayes' promise. You guys ready for Hayes' promise? Hayes' promise is this. Guy like me, if I go viral, if I blow up, if hundreds of thousands of people start being exposed to my message and to the things that I'm saying, oh boy. Oh boy. Are you in trouble? In terms of having an internet and a social media environment that gives you ideological comfort. Oh boy. Oh boy, would that be dangerous. At where I'm at now, I have given people mental trauma. I have shattered the minds of thousands of people who literally lose sleep over me. That is how much of an impact my community has caused already. The day that Infrared leaves this small niche and becomes a bigger phenomena. Thank you so much,
knows
MIG.
exactly who we are. He's mentioned Infrared a few mobs ago, by name. He spoke of Naga communism
I know he's
before
lying.
too.
He's of course lying. Thank you so much, MIG. But you better believe it. Now, you can say we're going to continue the streamer embargo and boycott of we're not going to give Haas a platform because we want to contain this. Right now, the method is containment. It's the containment method against Infrared. But how long is that going to work for? All it's going to fucking take is for these Zoomers on TikTok and on YouTube Shorts or wherever to pick this up. And this shit is going viral. I've already had clips of me go viral multiple times on TikTok. Millions of likes. Not millions of, like tens of millions of views, but millions of likes. Okay? And I've not even been trying. Because honestly, it'd be dangerous as fuck if I blew up and went viral right now. I would be banned from everything instantaneously worse than Andrew Tate. You want to know why? Because Andrew Tate's a guy, at the end of the day, he's selling Hustlers University when all is said and done. You know what I'm selling? I'm selling pouring all of my viewers into the Communist Party USA to take over that party and create an actual political force, yeah. That's what you call dangerous. Okay?
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Lionel. Appreciate you. So, I know all these influencers know who I am. Hassan Piker, guy who gets 30, 40,000 concurrent viewers, knows who I am and talks about me. All of them do. They also know about the potential I have. Because I think these people watch me in their own spare time. That's how entertaining. That's how high quality content. That's how much weight my words carry. That's how unique what I provide is, right? Infrared blows up, becomes viral. It's over. I have so many enemies right now, trembling at the prospect. Just imagine. Imagine if infrared...
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Violet. Imagine if infrared gets triple the average viewers it does now. And triple the active following and base of members and supporters. Imagine the guerrilla army just triples in size. You don't think they're fucking scared? They are. I promise they are. And you know what? They have every reason to be. Because if we are causing them this much trauma and mental anguish just by existing, I mean, all bets are fucking off if this movement spreads. They will do everything in their fucking power to kill this in its cradle. Now you guys know why. Now you guys know why. It's for good reason. I'm not saying it's not for good reason. But they will submit to what infrared is bringing to the table, or they will perish in terms of their influence and relevance. And I'm convinced of that. I am fundamentally convinced of that. I've been embargoed on YouTube for nearly a year.
Good morning, Revolution.
Thank you so much, Wing Numina. Appreciate you. It hasn't done a dent in the community. Our community hasn't shrunk. Hasn't grown much either. I'll admit that. I'll admit I don't see that it's a huge growth in the community, the core community. But I see perseverance against overwhelming odds. That's all we really need to get through this. I'm glad I'm somewhat under the radar in terms of popularity right now. We're not ready for the explosive growth of infrared as a platform. Hell no, we're not. Because if that happens, I'm instantaneously deplatformed from everything, possibly worse happening to me in real life. We need to build a fortress and then go fucking mega viral. And that fortress is going to be nearly complete this month. My fortress will be the organization we're launching, which will change the fucking game. And I vow this to you, my gorillas. I vow to you that the organization being launched, whether it's this month or not, I don't know how long it's going to take, when that gets up and running, it's going to change the fucking game. Nothing like it has ever been done before.
Based.
Thank you so much, Harold. Appreciate
The class
you.
enemies tremble at the prospect of communistic revolution.
It's going to change the game. We're going to get to work. And we're going to blow the enemy out of the fucking water. Infrared is a force to be fucking reckoned with. That's the fucking takeaway. Let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Scheduled to debate Has of the Infrared Collective tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern. Is that like a band? Who is
Ben Burgess?
Ben Burgess is scheduled to debate Has of the Infrared Collective tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern. Is that like a band?
Totally authentic reaction. Totally like genuine, spontaneous reaction. Totally not a forced, fake reaction. It's like he's telling a joke, you know? Oh, he's not relevant. I think I'm as relevant as I need to be right now. Aha's substantial. I mean, guys, you notice I did my Ben Burgess debate, and then Destiny immediately boosted some like fake docs of me, full of complete lies that weren't substantiated by anything. You know why Destiny did that? Because every time I grow, they have to be at the vanguard of making sure I don't. And they never succeed. The one thing was the Twitch thing that set me back. Remember how I was concurrent 1,000 on Twitch and growing? And then Destiny started his crusade against me. He threw his whole platform against me, the whole fucking thing. What a pussy. The whole fucking thing. I don't even know this guy. None of my content has nothing to do with him. I'm covering Ukraine, and he uses his entire platform, all of his followers, his whole Twitter, everything. He uses it, and he throws it all against me. I don't know, someone must have called him up and like, Destiny, we can't have a song when he's too busy. Throw everything, fire everything. We gotta stop this infrared guy. He did filter out all the band kids. All the band kids. You know, all the nerd glasses emoji people. I don't think I'll ever be able to win them over ever. But that's not my target audience now, is it? So Hayes has been on YouTube. Like a submarine. That's what I am. I'm a submarine. I'm below the waters, lurking. And I'm waiting for my moment to emerge onto the surface. But it's not going to be me that emerges. It's going to be my missiles. Metaphorically. Thank you so much, Tanxus. Appreciate you.
I usually fall into doomer moments, but it's speeches like yours that raise my morale. Also, I got placed in quarantine F.
Yeah, we've had to thin the herd, and we've had to take a lot of difficult decisions. On the long march through the winter of embargo, we've had to put people in the gulag, take harsh measures, ban people. Good people getting banned. I hope you guys don't take it personally. When you get banned from the Discord, I hope you don't take it personally. A lot of good people get banned from the Discord. A lot of people that I like. We ban a lot of people that I like from the Discord. We ban you because we have to. Because if we don't, Discord will come after us. But some of you take it personally and get quite angry. And those are the dumb ones that we just filter out. The dumb ones. We don't need the dumb ones. The smart ones understand why we do what we do. Smart ones understand. Smart ones understand. The dumb ones just don't get it. I want to give also a message to Stannis, because I haven't been addressing the Stannis question, but you guys can relay this message to our resident troll, Stannis. Stannis, we've been tolerating your trolling. We have. And it's a great laugh for all of us. And we all like Stannis. We all like Stannis, right? But Stannis, the things you've been posting on Twitter, I've only seen some of it. You gotta stop, okay? Whatever that direction you're going in, whatever that direction you're pursuing, it's not the one. It's not the right one, all right? It's like we've all looked the other way until now, okay? So, this whole blast to the past, sorry for my choice of words, about reminiscing of when you were a neoconservative. I mean, I don't. I look. You're still the same person. Have some shame, all right? Have some. It's just there's some things you shouldn't be saying or sharing to anyone, for that matter. Not even to yourself. If the things you say are true, you should probably just forget them. And pretend they didn't happen. I would like to live in a world where I haven't had to see those tweets, okay? But, it's just my friendly advice. I can't enforce it. It's just my advice to Stannis is you gotta change directions just a little bit. The direction you're going in now is just, it's not the move. It's not the move. Okay? But anyway, let's continue watching this.
Who is Has of the infrared collective?
He's I think the brains behind MAGA communism.
Yeah, he's like the other.
Oh, okay. The topic of
How the fuck would you even know that?
the debate on the viability of MAGA communism.
Seems like it might be happening on like
He's-
2 months too late. But yeah,
he's
good
like-
luck to him.
He's really like abrasive and insufferable.
I mean, they're morons. Yeah.
Z in the chat says, "Love him or hate him, Has really
Wow, it's a very tame choice of words.
knows his Marxist theory. Matt Leck should definitely tune in so he can maybe learn a thing or two." As Mao said, "No investigation, no right to speak."
Who sent that chat? Who sent that? Hero, instant hero. If you're in the Discord, instant hero. Find out who that was. Hero of infrared immediately. Okay? Immediately get Hero of infrared for that. Don't know who that is. But instant hero for whoever said that. Let's continue.
No, I'm good.
I watched a full debate with Haas. He's terrible.
Yeah, like, I watched the debate he had with Destiny. Guys, whenever it comes to anything with Destiny, I have to explain something to you. Destiny is an optics manipulator. He's just a rhetorics guy. He's like a woman. He's like a spinster. It's not truth. It's not reality. If you want to find out anything about anyone, Destiny is not the person you want to go to. If someone's interacting with Destiny, it's like, just assume there's already a frame. It's already being framed in some way. It's not real. Okay? Because it's a combination of an influencer and a community that'll believe anything he says. Then he rocks off.
Ben Burgers would rather believe in the apocalypse than the end of McDonald's. Gorilla. Son.
Thank you so
Gorilla,
much, Roxoff.
Son. Gorilla.
Holy fuck,
son,
Roxoff with
gorilla,
100. Holy
son,
shit.
Gorilla.
Roxoff, holy fuck. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. But yeah, when it comes to, like, Ben Burgess, like, I watched your debate with Destiny on Russia-Ukraine. Did you watch the one we had with Adam something? Or did you watch the first one where he derailed the debate into an insult match? And yes, he's the one who did that, not me. He is the one who did that. Like, he started with the name calling and all that shit. So how are you going to have a debate when there's people calling names and shit? I mean, no one's going to care about the substance of the debate. They're just going to care about the insults. So it's an insult, right? See, this is the interesting thing. If you debate him and you don't insult him back and you beat him in the debate, they just will... the community's bigger. So they're just going to take away the meme that Destiny, oh, he called you a name. And that's going to be the takeaway from the debate. Nobody's actually going to care about the substance. That's how it works. Right? But again, anytime someone's character is, you want to judge them, don't let Destiny be the person that measures that based on their interactions with Destiny. If it's on his channel, at least, he frames everything in a way favorable to him. Why? Because he has that womanly instinct, like a spinster, where he puts that much thought into it. Now, most of us, I don't even know women who put this much effort into it. Most of us don't. Most of us are just like, I don't have time for this. I'd rather go, watch a TV show. I'd rather go just lay on the couch and just chill. I don't want to spend all this Adderall fucking, time that's put into reputation destruction. You know, Jordan Peterson was right about some shit. Men, their toxicity is violence. Woman's toxicity, yes, is reputation destruction. So a man who is adept at reputation destruction, by definition, is a womanly, effeminate male. It's a eunuch, more or less, right? Anything else I say is not allowed on YouTube, so I'm not going to say it. But it's an interesting because speaking of eunuchs and competition between them, you know where I'm taking this? Or I don't know. I mean, it's just like he got banned. He got banned because he was competing with another. Because the Tis town ain't big enough for two of them. Whoops! Alright, anyway, we're on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. We're on YouTube. What's up, everybody? Let's continue.
I watched one with like Asata Bear. I think like Santa Communism.
Oh, it was the Asatar Bear one. Never mind. That was all uncalled for. No, that was the... Ben Burgess is the one who said that about the Destiny debate. I also find it funny because Destiny on his Twitter, he's like, I just saw some shit. He's like, oh, one of the things about me is I am a decent person, relatively decent, and I'm an honest person. It's like, dude, you single-handedly boosted lies. Thanks so much, JC.
Infrared is rising.
You single-handedly boosted lies. Like, even if coincidentally everything that was said happens to be true, it's still a lie. Because the tweet is being framed as though this is being backed by any verifiable evidence, and it's not. That person just made it up. Now, the probability of someone making something up and it being true is very low. And it's also very low in the case of that tweet, and if you want to go by my word, the probability is 0 because they're literally just lies that were made up from scratch. But you want to logic lord it however you want. He's a fucking liar, right? He also said that me and Jackson take Russian money. You're a liar, dude. You're a fucking liar. It's as simple as that. We take Russian money? Really? Where did you get that? Oh, I made it up. Okay. Or is he going to do the thing where, oh, disprove me, disprove? That's not how the burden of proof works. If you make a claim, you have to back up the claim with evidence, or else don't make the claim at all. That's how everything works. You know, where does this mean? I don't know. You can sue them. Yeah, but then I'd have to... I might... if my name actually gets revealed, my real one. Because at that point, it's like, oh, if that happens, I'm going to sue the fuck out of a lot of people, actually, right? I will sue the fuck out of a lot of people if that happens, who made shit up about me. Not a lot, probably just like 3 people. I don't even know if Destiny would be one of them. Honestly, because I don't really care if people think I get Russian money. I mean, it's not true, but I think if you watch me enough, it's just a stupid conclusion to draw, and I don't think it's very convincing. Like Russia pays me to do this shit? Like, Russia pays me to do this shit? Really? Russia pays me to talk about Deng Xiaoping, Taliban, Stalinism? Really? It's kind of a stretch. You know? What does Russia pay me to do? Exactly. Fucking play GTA RP? Does Russia pay me to fucking do Twitter spaces? And it's stupid, right? What do they pay me to do? Does Russia pay me to do karaoke night? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, the pedo Saturn guy, I would sue the fuck out of him. easily. That would be the easiest lawsuit of my entire life. Like, yeah, you're just like blatantly lying about me. And it'd be easy too because he's got his name attached to it. That one I would probably sue. Yeah, I probably would sue them. But it's like, even if it's, oh, you get paid by Russia. I literally just had like two $50 donations in this stream, a $100 donation, a bunch of other donations. I don't think I need Russia to pay me. I think I have a very loyal, committed, active user base that supports what I do, wants to keep seeing more of what I do. I don't think you need to explain that in terms of Russian money, logically speaking. But forget about all the logic. Forget about all this other stuff. How does it happen that you can just make something up and say, oh, you take... based on what? Where's the evidence? You know what I mean? It's a Rachel Maddow epistemology. Oh, where's the evidence? Oh, okay, Rachel Maddow. There's no evidence. You just feel like that might be true, and therefore it's true. Which reminds me of something that we can't talk about on YouTube. Harry Potter. Da 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 da. Boy, J.K. Rowling. I wonder what she's all about. Anyway, let's continue.
I can't remember what he goes by, but Huz was like, I mean, the Marxist-Leninist theory of why we need to point and gawk at people with, blue hair and like aren't like.
I don't think we need to point and gawk at them at all. I think we need to separate ourselves from them and protect ourselves from them as a civilized society because they have a raging and murderous intent toward everyone who doesn't subscribe to their ideology. I don't think we need to point and gawk at them. First of all, why would you need to point at a a blue hair person? What do you say?
At people with blue hair and like aren't like non-binary or something like that. It's just
yeah, the blue. I don't think you need to gawk at people with blue hair. I mean, I don't think you need to point them out. The kind of morbidly grotesque, deformed, malformoid appearance does all the pointing you need. I mean, if you want to stand out from a crowd, just be one of those Chaz people on the Chaz mugshot. I don't have to point at anything, okay? All I have to be like is like, I have to be sitting and there could be a crowd of 100 people. It could just be one of them. And I just be like, hey, what's that fucked up looking monster? And everyone, you know what I mean? Everyone would know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't have to point. Thank you, Roxanne.
R.I.P. to Comrade Iosifich Vasilovich Stalin. Requesting
all I'd
a
have
minute
to
of
do,
silence.
there'd be no pointing
Susan
involved.
chat.
In fact, look, there'd be no pointing at all. All right, I'd be standing like this, and I'd be like, oh my God, what the fuck is that? Everyone would understand what I'm talking about, right? Everyone would get it. Everyone would get it. They'd be like, yeah, it is the Chaz mugshot because there are aliens among us, okay? And please look at that. You know what I'm talking about. Go to any radical socialist communist meeting in America. Go to any of them. Go to any one of those meetings and tell me you believe that Lysenko was wrong. Go to any one of those meetings, any one of them. I want you to go to any one of those things, and then you come back and report to me with a straight face. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I guess that's the revolutionary working class, all right. Uh-huh. Yeah. You're at the meeting like, oh yeah. Don't say anything or you're reactionary. Are you sure? Because I'm not. I'm sure of the opposite. Anyway, let's continue.
Stupid.
I mean, honestly,
I think people need to like touch grass or a book.
I guess my point on that is,
Thank you so much, Putin.
Вот вам зарплата от президента Путина.
I guess Destiny was right. It's Putin. Putin just gave me $10. Alright, I guess Destiny just got confirmed. Vladimir Putin just gave me, you just saw it plain and Zay, $10.
This is
Thank you so much, Stannis.
I will
Appreciate you.
accept your terms. Watch my edit. It's important. The YouTube
Alright,
link is in
Stannis,
my Twitter bio.
Alright, guys, remind me, we're gonna watch Stannis' edit as soon as we get through this, and then we're gonna go through the Ben Burgess shit, and then we're gonna settle it there. But we're gonna go through the Ben Burgess substack, and we're gonna watch the Stannis video. So hold me to it, guys. Hold me to it. Make sure to hold me to it.
who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean, the territory that is being fought over with the so-called MAGA communism is so infinitesimally small.
And
Like,
Compared to what, though? You gotta think about it like that. Like, okay, that sounds true, but compare it. What do you compare it to? Because you don't have any territory. You're just a Democrat with extra steps, right? So where's the new ideas? Where's the novel idea? I mean, you know what I mean by that? It's like, it may be small territory, but it's like there's some gold below your feet in that territory, right? You do some digging, you'll find diamonds. Where are you?
Abiotic oil is too
Thank you,
profoundly
Arwell.
devastating to the most elementary and foundation of the lib's reality. Infinite growth. Quantum leap
Absolutely,
forward.
Arwell. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. It's like, oh, the territory that's being fought, it's so small. Okay, it's small, but it's wealth. It's wealthy. What you can have a territory of a bunch of empty land with nothing in it. You know, Sam, your channel's in decline. I wouldn't be talking about small territory. It's like, you know, you think about the issues of the day, and it's like, what actually matters, though? You know what I mean? You can say, oh, the latest jibber jabber on the news is what matters. Who is Matt Walsh? Oh, Matt Walsh said this, and Tyler Braxton said that. But who? I'm looking him up. Matt Walsh. I don't know who that is, by the way. He's with the Daily Wire. Who owns that? Ben Shapiro? Okay. So this is what happens. Smug liberals who wear glasses talk about Matt Walsh saying preposterous things. And then you just go, and then Matt Walsh calls you a cuck. And then you go back and forth. You're really making progress for the American people here. You're really doing a number, you know, groundbreaking stuff, you know, really earth-shattering. I mean, that's what's going to, you know, bring political change to this country. That's what's going to bring political change.
Based.
Thank you, Hot
Soy
Take.
Seder is Duke of a petty thief gifted to him by the DNC. Infrared exists in a space as wide and open as the steppe.
Exactly. That's what I think, too.
yeah, I mean, I think it's worth dismissing Lyndon LaRouchites, okay?
Wait, hold on. I could be wrong about the logic here, but he pretend he doesn't know who I am, but he knows that I'm friends with the Schiller Institute. How does he know that? And what does MAGA communism have to do with LaRoucheites? There's a few things that we have in common with the LaRouche that I will concede. Just two things I can think of. The one thing we have in common, we draw from LaRouche, we were inspired by, is the theory of the British Empire 2.0. And the idea that there's an America that was forgotten and lost and was hijacked by British civilization. And I think that's supported by historical evidence that I've independently verified in my own studies. The second thing is not in any way uniquely LaRoucheite. You could also say it's Paul Cockshottian or something. But it's this idea that there is a physical economy of use values whose reproduction has diverged from the fictitious virtual economy of exchange value. Like the idea that like you have this immense accumulation of fictitious capital on the one hand, and then you have a decline of industry on the other. And I think this logic was covered by Marx, except with agriculture instead of industry. The depletion of the soil, it's a metabolic rift, depletion of the physical economy. That was the very premise of the fictitious capital. And the degrowth stuff and the anti-environmentalist stuff, which I don't think is uniquely LaRoucheite. You know? I don't think that's unique to LaRouche at all. I think there's other severely misguided people, in other respects, severely misguided, but in this respect, at least onto something when it comes to the critique of environmentalism. But, yeah. It's not always about LaRouche. It is not always about LaRouche. So I don't think our anti-environmentalism comes from LaRouche. I just think LaRouche has given support for it. Like, argumentative and evidence-based support. But no, that was an independent development. That was an independent development. That was an independent development. Anyway, let's continue.
Which is basically
And taking a little effort to dismiss them, but not.
Why? I don't think it does. It's like, okay, if Sam Seder and Daniel Burke were in a room, could Sam Seder easily dismiss Daniel Burke and still be logically and rationally consistent? No, he couldn't. He would have to make an irrational leap, a quantum leap, if you will, in dismissing Daniel Burke on completely unjustifiable grounds. Because the truth is, I've argued with LaRouche people, and no, it's not easy to dismiss them. They do raise legitimate points. I disagree with them, but they're not crazy. There's a reason they believe the things they do. It has to do with a degree of literacy when it comes to, philosophy and things like that, which I don't think Sam Seder has. I remember when I was in New York and we did that conference with the Schiller Institute, we had dinner afterwards, and I brought all the infrared people to dinner, and then the Schiller people came, and I remember after dinner, I was there, and I was at the table, and I was arguing about one of their guys about Hegel versus Leibniz. I'm the Hegelian. They say, no, Leibniz is all you need. Kant and Hegel, that was rubbish, that was unnecessary. And obviously I disagree with that. And I was arguing. Not in a hostile way, a friendly argument, but you can't dismiss what they're saying any more than you could dismiss anything else. It's like, you got to actually think about these things. Why do you have the views you do?
Not that much.
Yeah.
Why, Sam? Think about it. Why? See, this is how you know he's a dishonest person. Just because someone has a maligned reputation, it's not grounds for dismissal at all. Someone could have a bad reputation because there was an artificial and coordinated campaign to destroy their reputation. I know that happened to LaRouche because it literally happens to me. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people who think that my name is Adam Tahir. I am half Swiss Canadian or something, half, well, I don't even know what they're saying, half Maronite. Give me a second to remember this stuff. They think I was expelled from law school. I didn't have a scholarship. My parents paid all my tuition. They think, what else do they think? Hundreds of thousands of people believe this shit about me. There's nothing, it's not real, but they believe it. Did you guys know it's not even a joke? I mean, it's like hundreds of thousands of people believe I'm literally like 4 or 5. And it's like, they believe I'm remarkably like a wonder of nature. Because they don't understand. Like, how can this characterize your reputation and that not be the case? You guys don't think that. Even Nadia didn't know. When I was before I met Nadia in person, she didn't know. She was like, "So is it true? Are you actually like 4'9"? I was like, "What?" She was like, "Yeah, I saw this photo of you with no knees. I thought it was real." I'm like, "What?" People actually... So it's like LaRouche. How can you not understand there's ways to artificially destroy people's reputation that have no grounding in fact? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, all right, go organize Glenn Beck's audience for communists, and then we'll talk.
Are you living in 2009? What do you mean Glenn Beck's audience? First of all, Glenn Beck's audience, that's the Tea Party era, dude. What are you talking about? What do you mean Glenn Beck's audience? Glenn Beck is more like the rational conservative. Anyway, it's not difficult at all to talk to Glenn Beck's audience, but I think you mean Tucker Carlson's audience, in which case it's like extremely easy, right? But it's even easy when it comes to Glenn Beck. It's just like it's even easier when it comes to Tucker Carlson, who's regarded as even more far to the right than Glenn Beck, right? So yeah. Okay, now for the Ben Burgess substack. And I've got to clarify a number of things in this substack. So, oh boy, it's going to be fun. Okay, I'm going to skim through the beginning and then we're going to get into the weeds of it when it actually matters. A few days ago, I debated YouTube personality Haas. The topic was his advocacy of something called, and I promise I'm not making this up, MAGA communism. It was a strange experience, and one that, for a few reasons, stretched the limits of the case I made for the value of debates. It's like Ben, he couldn't reject a debate with me because his whole fucking MO is, oh yeah, we should debate people. Yeah, but not Haas. Political philosophies don't get more marginal than MAGA communism. And there's a pretty reasonable argument to be made. Dude, I have to explain something to you. This is like saying there's an open frontier of the Wild West. Open frontier, and there's very little there. And there's like one guy there who's setting up a tent. And he's like, oh, that guy's marginal. Yeah, he's marginal. And then 10 years later, it's a fucking whole city. This is uncharted territory. You can say MAGA communism is marginal, but what it is not is obsolete. And democratic socialism, my friend, is obsolete as an ideology. And it has no future in this country, except maybe some of its policy proposals and positions being assimilated into the campaigns of establishment Democrats. But it is obsolete. There is no future for democratic socialism whatsoever. Every political ideology you can think of in America is obsolete. So when there's a new one called MAGA communism and you're saying it's marginal compared to non-existent and compared to obsolete, right? There's a pretty reasonable argument to be made for responding to anything quite that self-evidently ridiculous by rolling your eyes and moving on rather than taking the time to engage. And that's what you would have done, Ben. I promise you would have done that if it wasn't for the fact that, at minimum, hundreds of people enthusiastically adopt this slogan, and it's not an ideology or a political philosophy, but thousands and thousands of people take it seriously, which is why you take it, which is why you're engaging with it. So you already reveal you have no principles. If I was just one guy, you just call me a schizo and move on. It's the fact that we made it trending on Twitter that you find it necessary to, give it some attention. One reasons I didn't is that however eccentric and fringy this particular manifestation may be, the larger impulse is actually fairly widespread. There you go. If you read Haas's Substack post explaining what he means by this odd combination of words, he opens with an argument that there's no such thing as a left. Okay, I have to piss really bad. This is not true. I don't say there's no... Oh, wait, okay. I'm going to clarify what I meant by this, because this is misleading. This sounds like I'm advocating for a form of syncretism, which I'm not. But I have to piss so fucking bad! I have to piss! Fuck! I'll be right back. Listen to some music while I go pee. I'm gonna go pee. It's gonna be literally like a minute. I just gotta pee really bad. Give me a sec. Okay, let's get into this. All right. Ooh, okay. So Ben kind of is going to try and do a deep dive into the MAGA communism substack. Not a deep dive. He's going to very briefly kind of sparsely engage with it. But the problem with Ben Burgess is he's dealing with the wrong substack. He wants to talk about the barista stuff and that point of contention and the whole stuff about private property. Then he should engage with the Pat Sock Split substack, where I actually go into like a lot of detail about that stuff, right? The MAGA communism one was about political theory. Now, what is the political theory? He says that there's no such thing as a left-right spectrum. No, that would just be the same as third positionism, according to which you need to go beyond left and right, which is not what I'm saying in the MAGA communism substack if you actually read it. What I'm actually trying to say is not that there's no left-right difference, there is a difference, but that the spectrum of basically the spectrum of politics, which attempts to kind of, what do you call it? Formalize this difference and has entered into contradiction with the actual difference itself. Now, this sounds really difficult to follow if you don't understand dialectics, which I think Ben Burgess outright rejects because he's a follower of the analytical school of Marxism. But no, I'm not saying there's no such thing as a left-right difference. I'm just saying that the political spectrum, which tries to assimilate this difference into a smooth space and a smooth continuity, such that there's no real qualitative difference. There's just this kind of difference that is on the same spectrum. You get what I'm saying? It's not a fundamental metaphysical difference. That's the problem. And I expect that a lot of people who might not describe this as either MAGA might not along with at least that part of the essay. I don't think I argue that there's no such thing as the spectrum. I think I actually do acknowledge the spectrum of politics, and it's my theory of alignment. My basic idea is that the political spectrum represents every political position that is aligned with hegemony. So it's those positions that are outside of the spectrum that are partisan. So it's very dialectical. It's like on the one hand, you have the political spectrum and these various represented political ideologies and positions, all of which are aligned with the hegemony. And then you have partisanism as such. And that's the beautiful thing about the theory and why it's such a groundbreaking and seamless theory. It's like, it's the paradox of the spectrum. Is the political spectrum itself on the political spectrum? The way I resolve it is this distinction between the political spectrum itself and partisanship. Partisanship, if you're familiar with Zizek, which I'm sure Burgess has to be because he's always having him on his show, a position of engaged subjective partisanship is already partial and responsible for some kind of active political position, right? Whereas if you are on the political spectrum, you are not a partisan. You are just aligned with the hegemony. You don't have to fight for your position. It's already systemically fighting for itself by means of the hegemony, right? So I make a distinction between political partisanship as such and the spectrum. And I think that's what's groundbreaking about the political theory and the MAGA community, partially when it comes to the political spectrum. The idea that you don't just have different forms of political partisanship. You have partisanship as such, and then you have the formalization of politics by the hegemony. right? And that is what I was trying to aim at. The spectrum presupposes a fundamentally bourgeois subjectivity, according to which all politics is about these abstract and intangible values not grounded in actual concrete material reality. That's in contrast to the partisan, Schmittian partisan, that's telluric and grounded in the determinate reality of the people, partial to the concrete reality. So the political spectrum is a spectrum of values, whereas the partisan is a engaged subjective position of partisanship grounded in material reality itself. It's a concretely grounded position, right? It's not based in any abstract values or abstract universalism or anything like that. It's based in a specific concrete position, material position, right? So he got this very wrong. Lots of people believe that politics have realigned in a way that renders traditional left-right dichotomies irrelevant. That is also not the thesis of my substack. Unless if I'm being charitable, you mean the traditional political positions that correspond to the left-right difference, in which case I'd say yeah. But the left-right wing difference it's the fundamental metaphysical difference grounding modern politics. Left wing is based on the revolutionary orientation of modern politics, and the right wing is based on the orientation toward grounding political modernity in some kind of order, some kind of fixed order of some kind of cognizable, categorizable order, right? The real divide is now supposedly between politically amorphous anti-establishment, or in Haas's terminology, counter-hegemonic forces on the one hand, and on the other hand, the many-headed hydra of the hegemony, let's just say, right? Not true. Not true. The divide is between the partisan, the political partisan, which happens to be counter-hegemonic, but the reason the political partisan is counter-hegemonic is because they are grounded in a kind of polarity, which is a word for, it's an alternative to the hegemony. They're grounded in a kind of, if you want, alternative hegemony. It's not just that they're counter-hegemonic, it's that they are partisan. They are rooted in a partial, polarized, that's why we call it polarity, hegemony, rather than a hegemony that based in this pretends to universalism. I think it's a very uncharitable reading, because this just makes it sound like I'm saying something that Burgess is already familiar with, which has already been critiqued a lot of times. Like, Zizek is like, oh, they're saying that it's not about left and right, it's about anti-establishment versus establishment. But no, my substack is much more theoretically specific, and the specificity is very important. Because I am not trying to say that political difference is not real on a metaphysical level. If people are like, oh, beyond left and right is just a right wing. Yeah, it is. It is. Third position is inherently right wing. I'm not forwarding a third position. So actually read what I wrote before you say stupid shit about it. If you've never heard this world expressed before, count yourself lucky. I won't list off the far more mainstream than Haas people who have in one way or other promoted it. I'll leave the construction of such a list, as papers in philosophy journals sometimes put it, as an exercise for the reader. Who has promoted my No one's promoted it. No one. The point is that it's a fundamentally unique perspective. It's an increasingly widespread narrative. Yeah, I can acknowledge that, but I think the narrative is correct about the object. It's just wrong about how it's describing it. But it's correct in the cause. Like, yes, one cannot simply identify a clear left and right mapping on to the mainstream political positions. But there is a historical justification for left and right. And which leads us to conclude there will reemerge a distinction between left and right that is meaningful. My thesis is that there's a realignment. I think from MAGA, a new left is going to emerge, and what we consider left-wing now will, according to the perspective of history, be considered right-wing. That's more my position. And it's nonsense. Why? Outside a compact magazine, there's no meaningful anti-war or economically populist wing of the American right. There are no wings of any left or right whatsoever if you're going to set the bar at, being some kind of like, your own presidential candidate who, yes, there very much is, okay? What is your bar to recognizing that? MAGA was lifted from Ronald Reagan's campaign in 1980. Yeah, it was. Not the whole thing, but the Make America Great part was. But I think the guy from Platypus, what's his name? Chris Catrone was much more, he's a Trotskyite, but he had a much more intelligent interpretation of what that meant. He was basically saying Trump was the end of neoliberalism, which began in Reagan. So it's like, it was an ironical throwback. Make America Great is the birth of the neoliberal official America. And when Trump is saying again, he's saying, no, let's go back and redo this in a different way. So it's basically a war against the Reagan slogan, when you think about it. We have been living in the great America of Reagan since, until Trump, where politics ceased to be political, but was just this kind of, just establishment, basically. So, no, you're wrong about the significance of that. It's a branding exercise for Trump. Okay, well, then maybe rethink your understanding of sociology, because everything is a branding exercise. I want to actually I was limited in time in the debate, so I want to take a little more time to explain to Ben Burgess the sociology and significance of branding, and why this is a foolish and stupid thing to say. But I'll wait for this donation to pass before I do that. And I'm stalling and I'm buying time waiting for Streamlabs to finally process the donation. And Streamlabs is taking their time because Streamlabs is a dog shit platform. And I only use Streamlabs because there's no alternative. Streamlabs OBS, there's no alternative simplified form of OBS you can use. I would use one if there was. They banned me from going on mobile. They banned me from getting donations. So did Stream Elements, and that's why I use Streamlabs, because they're a dog shit fucking platform, and they take forever to process donations. And as you can tell, it's... There we go. Thank you so much, Hot Take. Appreciate you.
Putin is KGB. Ben is KFC. Infrared deals with meat and potatoes. Jacobin deals with high fructose corn syrup.
All right, Hot Take. That is indeed a hot take. Hot and ready, boneless wings. I'm just... Okay, let's go. So he says it's a branding exercise for Trump. I like how these zero books, late stage capitalist theorists think that by calling things a branding exercise, you're kind of effacing the aura of political seriousness and legitimacy. But the opposite is true. The problem with late capitalist cynicism theory is that it gets everything reversed. It's not ironic to say, oh, it's all about McDonald's and Coca-Cola and KFC. McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and Disney are themselves the sublime, the site of the sublime, serious socialism. That's not the dirty, pathological underbelly of society. That's not where society is relevant for the cynic. If MAGA is a branding exercise for Trump, that is more an indictment on the nature of what brands actually are. Brands are... I don't know how to say this without getting into Lacanian stuff. Let me put it this way. Brands are the most powerful trace of collective identity in the 21st century. Name one 21st century contemporary political movement that does not take the form somehow of a brand. Even gangs are a brand. Show me the Bloods and the Crips. Where are they? Show me the king of the Bloods or the king of the Crips. No such thing. It's a brand. That brand organizes people. That brand delimits something in actual reality. That matters. You know what I mean? Socialism is a brand. You think DSA works as an organization? Not really. It works as a brand. It's all a brand. Everything's a brand. Because brands themselves are preeminent forms of phenomenological
State
socialism.
Department
Thank you so much, Chris
socialism is a
Morag.
branding exercise for fascism.
Yeah. A brand is not a cynical attempt to create a symbol to turn a profit. A brand is a symbol that has assimilated profit in order to realize itself as an ideal. And that's a very interesting thing that all of these late-stage capitalism dumbasses haven't ever thought about. Disney is not a brand to make profit. Profit is something that Disney makes to sustain the brand. See what I'm saying? The brand represents a specific, partial, unique, holistic perspective on all of life and reality, basically, in Disney's case. That's the core that I made in my opening statement in the debate. As I pointed out there, I spent the Obama years arguing with liberals about drones and detentions and Obama's failure to withdraw from Afghanistan. Yeah, but you didn't address my point, okay? And ironically, the fact that you're mentioning the brand, I think is an indictment against your point. And I know you ran to the substack in order to avoid confronting the point I was trying to make is, it has nothing to do with liking Obama or liking Trump on a personal level. The difference is that Obama did not create a movement from the perspective of which these specific critiques of Obama could even be meaningful. Obama was just simply fully co-opted by the establishment. Whereas under Trump's presidency, regardless of all of the things that happened under his administration that you want to be critical of, not all of the things you're critical of are even legitimate, by the way, but the ones that you are, the difference is that Trump was under attack by the unofficial state, the deep state, which is a real thing. It's an exoteric reality of civil society, the hegemony you mentioned earlier. So there was a dual power that happened under Trump's presidency. I can prove this, by the way. There was the Trump movement on the ground that only listened to Trump, and then there was the official state. Now, to prove to you that there was a difference between these two things, all I have to do is mention a date, January 6th, 2021. The reason Trump isn't comparable to Obama is because there is an autonomy of the Trump movement that was never actually fully assailed or assimilated by the establishment, that turned it into a counter-hegemonic and partisan force. Now, you seem to not like the word counter-hegemonic because you think it implies that this is a matter of values or principles, and it's not. I'm just trying to say that the MAGA movement is both hostile, broadly hostile to the hegemony, and also outside of the hegemony. I'm not saying that it has taken it as a matter of principle to dismantle the hegemony. I'm just concretely positioning it objectively where it actually stands in regards to that. The MAGA movement is a movement built, I think this is fair to say, if I was like some guy wearing glasses who is working in a university as a sociologist, it would be fair to say this. I'd like any liberal to kind of push back on this with some good faith, right? The MAGA movement is a movement that in large part has been built around collective distrust in the mainstream institutions of society. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? It's a movement based on distrust in the mainstream institutions of society. That's really all I'm saying when I say it's counter-hegemonic. Thank you so much, MIG.
Obama bad, Democrats bad, followed by thorough and legitimate critique, but conclusion, vote Democrat? Just like GOP using
Yeah, because it's harm
anti-wokeism.
reduction. Just harm reductionism. Thank you so much, MIG. It's like, my position is pretty simple. Obama did not have a movement that was cultivated under his presidency or was built before his presidency that was defined by collective distrust toward the mainstream institutions of society. Now you can say, oh, well, they may be distrustful of the mainstream institutions of society, but they're 100% trusting of Trump. And I don't think that's true. And that's not true because of the vaccine issue. And we're not going to get into it here, talk about it, and don't talk about it. But that's why, because they were booing Trump at his own rally because of that issue. What this distrust actually entails in reality is that people are looking for alternative explanations of the world. What Frederick Jameson, I'm sure Burgess is familiar with Jameson, alternative cognitive mappings of our world. They're looking for other ways of making sense of the political situation in America. They are distrustful of the prevailing forms of information and the exercise of governance and policy making, and are looking for alternative ways to make sense of reality, alternative kinds of consciousness. That's what makes it counter-hegemonic. MAGA is, it's even, you just look at the mainstream media and they will say it. Like, oh, the MAGA movement is full of QAnoners and conspiracy theorists. You think there's like a unanimity as far as what that looks like? It's all over the place. You got flat earthers, you've got these kind of conspiracy theorists, you've got these kind of QAnoners. It's all over the place. Why is it so wild and chaotic? Because they're all just united by the fact that they agree about a fundamental distrust in the prevailing institutions of society, which has led them to pursue other kinds of ways of making sense of the world. The conspiracy theories and the QAnon and whatever that was just mentioned. So that's all I was saying. I don't know. This is only contentious because Burgess is being deliberately pedantic on this point. He's just talking about what Trump did as president. Okay, you can critique those all you want, but it's actually the MAGA movement itself, if you're principled about your critiques, that would probably be the most receptive about those critiques. Because they will rightfully interpret your critiques, if positioned outside MAGA, as being just on the, okay, despite all that, go vote for Biden. They don't want any of it, right? You have to have this clean break, this fundamental distrust with the hegemony, and also a positive belief, this is also important, a positive belief in America as a determinate community of people of some kind, in order for your criticisms of Trump to have a solid reception. And it's very possible to critique Trump within MAGA and from the perspective of MAGA. I do it all the time, right? It's hard to avoid the conclusion that he was an even bigger hawk than Obama. Again, this is a pedantic point, which you're like, oh, technically it's true. But why does no one really believe this is true? Why does no one treat this as if this is the case? Is it because you're smarter than everyone else? No, it's because according to most political sensibilities, what a president does as a matter of policy making is less important than the factors behind those decisions and how those relate to the hegemony in general. Trump may have done worse than Obama. I don't think he did. He didn't start any wars. So this is wrong. But I'm just saying for the benefit of the argument, for the sake of argument, what you do is not as important as what you actually stand for. What you stand for is not strictly only a matter of what you say you stand for, but where you stand relative to the hegemony. How do you position yourself in a certain way relative to the hegemony? It has to do with the circulation of information. It has to do with the circulation of control. It has to do with the alignment in terms of the ability to be controlled. Trump met with Kim Jong-un. That was something he did by himself. So he may have submitted to the hegemony in different kinds of ways, but it was still him submitting to the hegemony. Him as an autonomous, chaotic actor who is not fully controlled or subordinated by it. And that is why Trump is not seen as someone who's a bigger hawk than Obama. Because he didn't stand for it. Thank you so much, Johnny.
Do you think MAGA people are less dogmatically supportive of Trump than leftists are with Biden?
I do. Yes, I do. I think MAGA people have an overwhelmingly defensive position. It's not that they worship Trump. They are opposed to the ways in which Trump has been maligned by the hegemony. That's my experience. Trump's overall labor record was worse. No, it wasn't. The massive wave of Starbucks unionizations, which would have been more difficult if Trump's labor board were still in place. Good. Fuck Starbucks unionization. I don't give a fuck. That is not nearly as bad. So Ben Burgess, it's like a crazy logic. So Starbucks unionization is more important than the rights of railway workers? Because Biden took away their rights. These baristas didn't have the rights they wanted, but Biden actually clamped down and took away that rights that rail workers enjoyed, like collective bargaining. They don't enjoy those rights anymore. So you're saying Trump was worse because he prevented baristas from getting a union? What is this bafflingly stupid and bizarre logic, right? Oh, under Trump, baristas wouldn't have been able to unionize. So what? That doesn't mean his labor record is worse than Biden's when Biden is like actually destroying the rights the working class actually has, not ones that your definition of a working class barista should get. This is a variation on a case I've made in other forums before. Like, for example, in my 2021 debate with self-described conservative populist Charlie Kirk. Okay. Thank you so much, Johnny.
Ben Burgess sides with the service industry union so they can feed him more McDonald's and KFC.
Oh, come on, Johnny. He hasn't done any personal attacks. Should I just be an aggressive asshole and just like, fuck it, I just, I tend to be a proportionate attacker. But I don't know, sometimes I'm like, you know what, these people are all fucking snakes, just go all out. Just go fucking all out, right? But I don't know. I like to consider myself a civilized person. But it's always it's kind of like the dark forest, three-body problem, game theory dilemma.
Reverend
Destroy
says
them before they
communism
destroy
is free
you.
time and nothing else. What's your position on this?
Thank you so much, Shane. Rev says communism is free time and nothing else. What's your position on this? I don't agree with the slogan, but I understand why he... I mean, not as a point of theory, but like as a slogan, it's a cool slogan. But Rev is his own person. I like Rev and what he's doing. I endorse what Rev's doing. I just don't think it's what I should be doing. If that makes sense. It's like, I like how Rev is like schooling all these fake Marxists on Twitter and shit. It's just like, I don't want to just be about free time. That makes sense. Who is Ulysses Carrier? I keep getting the... Send them in the Discord, dude. I don't want to go on Twitter to do this. Send them in the Discord. Why is Lenin trending? Anyway, guys, sorry. I just got caught up in some other shit. Thank you so much, MIG.
Libs and lefts don't understand nuance of it. In foreign policy, Trump was based and other times caved, or powerless. We've always acknowledged
Yeah, but I guess
this.
you gotta fully be behind Trump. Thank you, Emila.
I loved the part where Rev exposed that eunuch never having read Marx CAC.
That was fucking hilarious. That's what I mean. That's what I like. I don't think Rev is that dogmatic either. He's really not. But it's like an attack against the fraudulent Marxists, which I support. Have a look at... Looking at Haas, I'm surprised he looked at my Substack, because most people don't. But I don't think he read it. I was careful to say all this in a way that avoided the political spectrum talk. I just laid out the facts about Trump's record and argued it was offensively absurd in light of those facts to try and attach any kind of pro-worker or anti-interventionist politics to the flag of Trumpism. Well, you shouldn't have... The political spectrum was the first part of it, right? You should have read the rest of it, I guess. And that doing so was an insult to the intelligence of everyone involved. Again, you probably didn't read the Substack where I clarified it's not about Trump personally, because the Trump brand, since you like calling it that, has become something not reducible to him or even his political policies or anything like that. In response, Haas incoherently slid back and forth between defending Trump's record and the record of allied MAGA Republicans, and arguing that what Trump and other Republicans does as an individual is somehow secondary to the secret invisible essence of MAGA-ness. I think that's not incoherent. I think it's very coherent, and I'll explain why. Because if I'm trying to say that there is a essence of MAGA that is not reducible to the individual that is Trump, more on that later, because if you can't recognize the possibility of a social essence not reducible to individuals, you're not a Marxist, plain and simple. You can't have any pretension to understanding Marxist capital. And I will actually explain that in detail, because he makes the same mistake later on in the text. But the coherence in this argument has to do with the fact that every case of Trump as an individual, or other MAGA Republicans as individuals doing things that are aligned with the establishment, can be explained easily in terms of their own capitulation to the establishment. Right? Why else would Trump do you think Trump did all those things that I don't know, let's just say the Jerusalem thing with Israel. You think Trump did that because of his own principles or because the MAGA grassroots were pressuring him to? No, he did it because in some way he submitted to the hegemony as a person. But in other cases of Trump's record, like meeting with Kim Jong-un, or, the other cases I mentioned you're alluding to, you can explain those in terms of the pressure coming from the MAGA grassroots. You don't need to talk about a secret invisible essence in this obscurantist language to make it seem like what I'm saying is somehow mystical. There's a hegemony coming from the MAGA grassroots, a pressure coming from the MAGA movement that is different from the pressure, not only different, but opposed to the pressure exerted from the established hegemony. So there's MAGA grassroots, and there's the pressure they exert, the freedom they give Trump, and then there's a hegemony on top constraining him and controlling him in certain ways. The things about Trump's record that I defended came from the MAGA grassroots pressure, or at least the freedom the MAGA grassroots and movement gave Trump. He can do these things and have something supporting him, right? Because I'll explain to you how this works. If you do things the hegemony doesn't like, the media is part of the hegemony, by the way, what they're going to do is malign your character and try and make it so that Americans hate you. Now, the reason Trump had a relative autonomy and freedom to do things, despite the hegemony attacking his character, is because there were a lot of people who believed the media was fake news. So that's a clear example of that. And it's not just the media, by the way. It's every institution of the so-called civil society. Thank you, Yulia. Appreciate you.
John Mearsheimer, an expert on foreign relations, agrees that Biden is more hawkish than Trump.
I mean, he undoubtedly is. Undoubtedly is. MAGA is also Zionist. Even if MAGA is Zionist, where does the Zionism come from? It comes from the conventional pro-Israel Republican Party. Where do you think critique of Israel is going to find more currency? Ron DeSantis' campaign or Trump's campaign? Trump's. Tell MAGA people, why are we giving so much fucking money to Israel? They'd be like, you know what? Why are we? You think there's something inherent to MAGA that's pro-Israel? There isn't. That's inherent to the convention established by the hegemony within the Republican Party. I'm not saying MAGA is anti-Israel or is pro-communist or is even necessarily fully anti-war. I'm just saying MAGA is a political space where those positions are possible. Because It's a space not subjected to the hegemony. It comes from evangelical Christianity. Sorry. So, yeah, the evangelical churches are an institution. I will grant it's a pretty good argument. Ben Burgess should have probably made that argument. Because you are dealing with these huge, mega billion-dollar churches, evangelical churches, which do mobilize people politically. I agree with you, that's a real block in politics. But I don't think the evangelical church is at the core of MAGA, the established churches. I don't think they are. But I agree that is a factor. I definitely agree. The churches, evangelical churches, if you're talking about the giant ones, those are para-hegemonic forces. They're not fully, the televangelists, they're not fully seamlessly in informational continuity with the hegemony, but the same forces of the hegemony are fully behind them and establish them on the side. So I agree that's a thing. But I think look, the televangelist evangelical movement, America is two kind of forms of Christianity. One is the Catholic Church, which is not within the televangelist. The Catholics are not part of the dumb televangelist shit. The Mormons are also not. And finally, evangelicism is supposed to be the latest form of Protestant Christianity. Well, it's very easy to apply the logic of Protestantism against the giant evangelical church movement. The priests are all just taking your money. Very widespread sentiment among all cynical working Americans. Not all, but a lot of them, right? I don't think that's what's at the core of MAGA. I kind of see in MAGA more of a very Protestant from scratch QAnon kind of like the storm is. I don't see a trust in institutions. Like sheep being shepherded by these massive televangelist institutions. I don't see that as driving MAGA. I see MAGA as kind of like a new Lutheranism style, like our own interpretation of the Christianity, right? That's rooted in conspiracies and all this stuff. So I don't know. I don't see that. But that deserves more attention. I will concede that's a valid point. Not concede your argument, but concede it's something I don't ever talk about anywhere in the MAGA communism text or much at all, ever. I said pretty much everything I have to say about that issue. So he's gonna go raise 2 points in critique of MAGA communism. So here's where we're gonna go. Irrelevant. This is just his dumb take on capital and his interpretation of it. Generally, I don't want to really get into the weeds of that because I want to address all of this efficiently. Marx starts out by exploring the conceptual building blocks. No, I don't think so. I think David Harvey was more correct when he described it as more like an onion, where you're peeling back layers and layers. Or some people who say it's more like Dante's Inferno, where, again, layers and layers and layers. It's about layers. But I also think between volume 1 and 3, there's a big split that's consistent dialectically, but that's where you cannot be a Marxist without dialectics. It's a really big dialectical rift, right? Marx wants to think through the particular way they come together in the constantly modern commercial society. I don't think this is correct, that he makes blocks and wants to shape things. No. I think Marx more begins with an imminent critique of the existing school of political economy, which actually already does this shaping, interrogation of how things are shaped. It's just that Marx develops what political economy has already laid before. In order to reveal an internal contradiction in political economy, not in capitalism strictly. Not once does Marx directly reveal the contradiction of capitalism and capital. It's an indirect revelation. The contradiction Marx reveals in Capital is of the school of political economy. The entire purport and aim of the school of political economy has an internal contradiction. The contradiction of capitalism itself is indirectly laid bare through that critique. And that's something that's going to be relevant coming forward, by the way. These relations are the primary subject of the book. Okay, so this is where we get it. An issue that came up during my debate with Haas had to do with Marx's definition of the working class. He spends a lot of time explaining how proletarians are different from peasants, slaves, and other kinds of laborers, but these explanations always focus on their relationship to the means of production. But it is being forced by economic circumstances to rent out your labor time to a means of production owner and not having any significant degree of managerial over your job, sufficient for counting as part of the working class, or are there other conditions lurking in the background? Of course there are. Because Marx, the reason Marx doesn't necessarily describe these other conditions from a physical perspective, for example, is because he's just dealing with an imminent critique of political economy. Marx's critiques are supposed to make sense of how the formalism of, let's say, the universal commodity production, general commodity production, enters into contradiction with its actual physical material premises. By referring to specific use values, for example, and privileging them, it will do Marx no good. The contradiction will only be revealed at the immanent level of the form, the commodity form. Here's an example of this. Marx will talk about how capitalist accumulation begins, and he describes it only purely from the formal perspective of what's going on at the level of price, including the price of labor power, right? Which is the variable capital. So, no, sorry, if I'm confusing the terminology, this is not my point. He's only describing that at the level of price. But why is it that this kickstarts the process of accumulation in actuality? Because that price corresponds to, yes, a tangible crystallization of definite, substantive, concrete labor in the form of some kind of wealth, which indeed does produce a surplus over and against the extent of its ability to be formalized by capital. because the production process of producing wealth is a living process, whereas the commodity form is a dead formalization. It's a very simple logic in Marxist capital. It's like there's two things going on, almost in opposite directions. Like, one thing is what's happening from the perspective of the capitalist, and from the formal perspective of commodity production and price, right? But the deeper material premises behind why you see these patterns is indeed rooted in something going on in the physical economy. And that is very much clear in Marx. Leftists kind of have this idea that money comes from thin air, and it doesn't. It's rooted in a real process of production, not production of prices, not production of symbols, not production of titles of employment or unemployment, production of real, tangible, physical, material things. That is what is entering into contradiction with the form of production and also the form of exchange in the form of price. He's trying to give context to where this came up, that because the real working class, or maybe just the important part of the work, yeah, it's more the important part, is the shrinking of minority of Americans who are engaged in manufacturing work. Not what I said. I said the blue-collar working class, which are by no means exclusively engaged in manufacturing work. The blue-collar working class are engaged in construction, forestry, mining, tradesmen. Even people who are servicing cars and repairing cars, I would qualify. I would put under this definition. That is the working class. Why is that? Well, if you want to know why that is, you have to go to my essay on the Pat-Sock split. Now, here's the problem with the Pat-Sock split. Everyone thought this is just about some drama I had with the Pat-Sock Dems. So nobody really committed to reading all of this. I don't think anyone did. Because they were like, this is not in proportion to how much I'm invested in this dumb online drama, so I don't care. But all of the theory behind the class analysis, the barista stuff, is here. And it's very important. Now you're saying, well, Haas, why didn't you include this in the MAGA communism thing? Why are you referring to something else? Because MAGA communism substack wasn't about that. Maybe it presupposed things that I outlined here, but some pseudo-Marxist who's going to object to some things I take for granted in the MAGA communism substack, I didn't care to address that in the substack because it's like, okay, well, I already addressed whatever contrived objection you're going to have from the perspective of your dogmatic Marxism. But what does that have to do with my independent kind of formulation of the political theory in MAGA communism? Nothing, right? You are just making an assumption that things that are being presupposed in there are inconsistent with Marxism. Well, okay, if you're going to make that leap, go back and read what I already wrote about it. It's already been addressed in the past. He got there by latching onto a couple of things Marx says and putting them together in a way that misses the point. Marx often describes the labor process in general, as it happens under any mode of production, in terms of what we're being given in nature, being transformed into human use values. Marx uses the word production in capricious ways. He says at one point, the fish in the ocean are part of the fisherman's means of production. The fisherman, okay, whatever. But this is the consistent problem you're going to run into in Ben Burgess's claims. Yes, a transformation process of things that are given in nature being transformed into human use values. But the thing is, Ben Burgess, is that transformation is a social one. It is not at the level of an individual action upon nature being produced into a human use value that the labor process in general is defined. Now, Marx uses these as examples to make a point, a simplifying point of examples of the labor process. But Marx outlines the notion of a generality of human labor subjected to a general division of labor. So there is a general threshold defining any given society's relationship to nature, and all of the different instances of the labor process, such as a fisherman, fall within the division of labor. So first, there is a general mode of production, and there is a general threshold defining mankind in relation to nature. Knowledge, techniques, and instruments, for example, right? Knowledge, techniques, and instruments. And that threshold, acquiring generality in a general class, somehow, is what defines the generality of a labor substance. And that's really the main thrust of my argument here. The defense of the idea of general labor as justifying why the blue-collar working class is at the vanguard of the interests of the working class as a whole, which includes service sector workers. But service sector workers are vacillating. Are they interested in siding with the expropriators and the parasitical industry that they are working within? With the industry is itself parasitical, or do they see themselves as aspiring laborers who want to emancipate themselves from the bullshit job that they only have owing to the artificial deindustrialization of society by the monopoly capitalistic oligarchic elites, which has happened in the recent decades, right? There's not much precedent for that situation in Marx at all that we're facing there with the rise of the bullshit jobs. He distinguishes between productive and non-productive forms of labor because one of the big things he wants to do in Capital is to carefully think through which aspects of the labor process as it exists right now are products of the current social system and which would still exist in a different system. I find this to be a bizarre and just basically baseless claim being made by Ben. I'm open to being corrected, but no. That's not the distinction that productive and non-productive labor rests upon. The distinction rests upon which forms of labor produce capital. Yup, you heard that. It's that simple. Productive laborer is productive because it produces capital. Non-productive labor is unproductive because it absorbs costs of capital. It relates to capital as just a cost, not as a vital wellspring of its existence. And this is a source of confusion for Marxists because they somehow think that every form of employed labor as a necessary cost of production is producing capital. That's not true. Just because it's necessary cost of production doesn't mean it's producing capital. It's only producing capital when the cost of the reproduction of the labor is what's supporting the surplus. Now, you'll get to Capital Volume 3 and realize apparent contradiction or paradox, which is that the surplus never gets produced on any local level. It's only being produced on an aggregate level, and that is where the notion of general labor becomes important. Because it's only at the aggregate level that this surplus is being produced, which is aggregating the average rates of profit across these industries, aggregating the production of surplus value. What does this aggregation amount to? Some productive industries, I think this is what Marx calls the capitalist communism. They're all drawing from this collective pool of capital, redistributing it across the various different industries, a collective capital, a collective surplus, right? Some are producing the surplus value, and others are just absorbing it. And so you get an overall aggregate and a generalized rate of profit across all of the industries, despite some being unproductive and just absorbing, and others actually producing. And that is the central paradox at the heart of Anglo-Saxon Marxism, the undialectical kind that Ben Burgess subscribes to. It's called, in traditional terms, the transformation problem. How do you get from prices to values, or vice versa? How do you get from values to prices? How is the transformation actually accomplished? Because at the end point, it's collective. It's an aggregate surplus value, and it's an average rate of profit. That's the nature of surplus value. But the prices are individual. So there's a discontinuity here. Right? The idea that Marx would agree that Starbucks workers are non-productive workers, it's not that Starbucks workers are non-productive workers. It's that in addition to being non-productive, they are not workers in any capacity. Because what they are doing is not labor. Because they aren't engaged in transforming the deliverances of nature into human use values, and that means they aren't part of the working class, or part of the important part of the working class, is bizarre for at least two reasons. First, the kind of service work baristas are doing isn't even remotely classifiable as non-productive in Marx's sense. Yes, it is, and I'll explain to you why. Because the labor, so-called labor, that is necessary to reproduce the conditions of the subsistence of the Starbucks worker is not what is responsible for the differential profit produced and accumulated and raked in by Starbucks. Starbucks' profits derive from a brand monopoly. It's the brand of Starbucks, just like Disney World, that is responsible for Starbucks' profits. If Starbucks was automated, it would make the same profit. It's based purely on the demand. And it's that demand which is responsible for the redistribution of capital to Starbucks by the investment banks, hedge funds, and other financial capitals that propelled Starbucks into relevance in the first place. Starbucks didn't begin from scratch with one Starbucks capitalist making a massive amount of profit margins from selling coffee and just opening up another store and then constantly opening up enough until it becomes the brand that it is today. That form of accumulation, that basic capitalist form of accumulation, even McDonald's isn't like that. McDonald's is a real estate company, for example, right? So no, the labor has to, the way you can measure whether or not the labor is producing surplus value is whether or not it can kickstart an autonomous form of accumulation. And the kind of work baristas do can't do it. And if it could, you would see a bunch of barista capitalists doing this extremely profitable form of industry. You'd see a bunch of these coffee shops owning up and just growing like wildfire because of the surplus value being produced by baristas. That's not how it works, though. How it works is that there's a large demand for the coffee, which banks will take note of and invest in your company because they're betting on the fact that it's going to be popular. It's pretty much a socialized kind of information-based economy you're dealing with there. It's not... See, the thing I'm trying to say is that, of course, demand has to be presupposed as a factor. But in the case of Starbucks and Disney and all these other kinds of brands, you can't just presuppose the demand as like a socially necessary, because it's not socially necessary from the perspective of production. The production of timber is socially necessary from the perspective of production, because timber is necessary for other forms of capital, and so on and so on. Constant capital. You could say, okay, well, Marx always says there's a relative form of subsistence and a way of life that is culturally relative and historically relative, and that all that is just being presupposed. But these ways of life in the 21st century are the decisive factors in what drives the redistribution of capital across markets. Burger King or McDonald's, Coca-Cola or Pepsi, right? See, Marx didn't write about consumerism. He didn't write about brands. And he had no reason to, because he was living under the capitalist mode of production. We are living in a completely different beast than the economy that is being described in Capital. It's evolved from that, yeah, but if you really think that Starbucks is getting its profit from the baristas, you're wrong. Just because baristas are a necessary cost of production doesn't prove that they are responsible for the profits Starbucks is accumulating. And Marx outlines this distinction. Capital Volume 2. Talks about the clerks. I think it's here. So here's one of the examples. I don't think this is the only one, but this is one of them, right? Division of labor and assumption of independence do not make a function one that creates products and value if it was so not so intrinsically. Hence, before it became independent. If a capitalist invests his capital anew, he must invest a part of it in hiring a bookkeeper and in a wherewithal of bookkeeping. If his capital is already functioning, is engaged in the process of its own constant reproduction, he must continually reconvert a part of his product into a bookkeeper, clerks, and the like, by transforming that part into money. That part of his capital is withdrawn from the process of production and belongs in the costs of circulation, deductions from the total yield, including the labor power itself that is expended exclusively for this function. But there is a certain difference between the costs incidental to bookkeeping or the unproductive expenditure of labor time on the one hand, and those of mere buying and selling time on the other. the process of production of commodities. Bookkeeping as the control and ideal synthesis of the process becomes more necessary the more the process assumes a social scale and loses its purely individual character. Okay, so here, in the case of the clerks attending to bookkeeping and so on and so on, Marx is describing a case where a capitalist is hiring an employee who counts only as a cost of circulation, taking away from the surplus value being produced in productive labor as a cost of circulation. My basic argument is that service workers count as costs of circulation because the service economy is a result of financial speculation that is transferred over from the massive surpluses produced in the material industrial economy, basically gambling and wagering on these various different forms of servicing ventures that there is an expectation will be profitable, right? But the profit just comes from a transfer of money from workers to them. It's just a process of circulation. It's not actually producing the surplus value talked about by Marx. Now, again, why is that? I have to explain this. Why is that? Right? The reason for that is because the service economy has no autonomous process of accumulation. It is reliant on injections of credit from the financial economy. Now, the real question you have to start asking is, what sectors of the economy actually do produce surplus and aren't just the result of injections from this central socialistic financial capitalist planning mechanism of Wall Street, which is just an information economy based on data and consumerism? Well, oil is a good example of it. Look at the close connection between oil and banking. They're literally called oil bankers for a reason. Oil is where you get close to something where, okay, we can't just pump credit into the oil industry because oil is the whole premise of our ability to pump credit in the first place, because the oil in the ground is something we can speculate on and use as a security. So that's an interesting thing to look at, right? And I think we are approaching a circumstance where, in the case of Saudi Arabia, it's like you have this oil-based economy and everything else is just downstream from the oil. And Saudi Arabia is just a microcosm of the global economy and how it works. It's just based in oil. But the ability to extract the oil, which is what matters, is based in the industrial, technical, physical economy, and is therefore a proxy for the real production of Marxist values. Thank you so much, Chris Morlock.
Sticking to Marx on this issue is confusing. Imperialism is what synthesizes surplus value/profit at this point purely from abstracted finance.
Yeah, it's confusing. Thank you so much, Chris. It's confusing, but I think it's consistent. So he's saying, first, the kind of service work baristas are doing isn't even remotely classifiable as non-productive in Marx's sense. When you grind up coffee beans, strain hot water through them, and foam milk, you are transforming the deliverances of nature into human use values. But Marx doesn't define productive labor in terms of transforming the deliverances of nature into human use values. He defines productive labor in terms of its ability to produce capital. But I'll level with you, Ben, and just say you mean productive in my sense, the more other baggage, which has to do with the use value of transforming nature physically, right? The problem with this, Ben, is that you're only giving consideration to the transformation of the deliverances of nature on an individual level of an act of labor at an individual level. You're not taking into account that the process of the transformation of the deliverances of nature into human use value is something that is happening at a social threshold, encompassing the most advanced means of technological scientific knowledge, methods of production, instruments of production, and relations of production. Only there can you arrive at the generality by which humanity is transforming the deliverances of nature into a use value. That's a definite threshold, not just someone, you go outside and you buy some acorn. It's like you go outside and you pick up a fucking acorn off the ground and you start selling it. Doesn't mean it's going to be productive labor, even if you're selling the acorns. You know what I mean? It's like stupid. And by the way, if you were smart, Ben, you could just be like, okay, that was the argument of the physiocrats to some extent, because they thought agriculture was the only form of productive labor and everything else was downstream from agriculture because agriculture was the closest to nature. But that's not what we're saying here. We're saying the transformation of nature happens at an aggregate social level, encompassing the entire wealth of mankind's knowledge, technical abilities, yada, yada, yada. In fact, even given the amount of genetic engineering, there are fewer links in the chain separating what you're originally given in nature from the materials you're transforming behind the counter at Starbucks than tends to be the case, for example, with the materials you're transforming if you work on an assembly line in an auto plant. That's a really stupid argument, but I'm going to wait for this donation to go through to clarify why. Oh, God, there's so much bullshit here. Thank you so much, Amila, by the way. The Bukele interview. Thank you so much, Amila.
Please watch the Bukele interview with Tucker specifically, and at the start how he explains the GDP in this fake economy. In it he's done more for Marxism than Marxoids have done in 50 years.
Thank you so much, Amila. Yeah, I will get around to that. But you missed the point in this. When we're talking about the transformation of nature, we're doing so in a way proportionate to the production of wealth, Ben Burgess. The production of wealth at a social level. Grinding up coffee beans on the counter is not producing wealth in a way, material wealth, in a way proportionate to the generality of human labor, right? The general cost of human labor. Think about it. Like the general cost of an average American consumer. What kind of labor is worth that? That's what we're talking about here, right? I'm sorry, but grinding up coffee beans on a fucking counter doesn't produce as much wealth as the wealth consumed by an average American worker, right? But on the other hand, working on an assembly line at an auto plant, I think does do that. You are producing as much wealth as you're taking. It's not about how close you are to nature. It's about how much you've transformed nature. How can you miss this? It's not about how close you are to it. It's about how much your labor is actually transforming it. How much is it transforming it? Not how closer you are to the given, the things originally given in nature, but how much you've transformed those things And, you know, that's what we're dealing with. It's such a... And he links a meme. It's stupid. Aesthetics don't matter. If you sell your labor to live... Yeah, but this is not just about aesthetics. This is about the value of this labor. From the perspective of capitalist accumulation, does this produce surplus value? It doesn't. It's that simple. This is a cost of circulation. And this is not even the fucking point, by the way, because Starbucks only exists because of aesthetics, you dumb fuck. If aesthetics didn't matter, you would just buy Folgers for 92 cents. What a stupid argument. Aesthetics carries Starbucks entirely. It's a fucking brand. Aesthetics, what is this dumb posturing? I'm gonna respond to this shit. I'm gonna respond to this stupid fucking shit. It's so stupid. If aesthetics didn't matter, then this would be your coffee. You would get your coffee from this instead of Starbucks.
Did you see the video about how Starbucks is actually a bank LARPing as a coffee shop?
Yeah, I did. That's another thing. Thank you so much, Voidbird. Appreciate you. If aesthetics didn't matter, you'd get your coffee from this instead of Starbucks. Everyone go like my beautiful tweet. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate you.
As you don't understand, that cup of coffee is going to fuel so many Vice articles.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Second, if everyone at Starbucks spent most of their time doing non-productive tasks, hold on, there's a few things wrong with this. Because this is not Marx's sense of what productive labor is, and even more broadly, you're wrong about this as well. That's my point. But I love how people think this is just about aesthetics, and it's not. They're like, oh, you just don't like that they're not doing manly jobs. Well, have you ever thought about why those jobs are considered manly in the first place? Because they are actually proximate to the most fundamental ways we actually transform nature to survive. You ever thought about that? Starbucks is just a matter of aesthetic preference. This is not a matter of aesthetic preference. This is not and this is not. These are not matters of aesthetic preference, right? These will happen regardless. Now, how you package those and flavor them and consume them, that's what the Starbucks guy does. He's just catering to an aesthetic and a brand. He's not actually producing anything. These guys are actually producing something. I think that's kind of simple to understand, right? He's like, oh, this guy's growing coffee just to fill the aesthetic. No, but the type of work, labor power he's employed in, even if the only coffee that was ever grown was going to Starbucks, which is not true, but let's just assume that's true. Let's say this guy is like, let's assume there's a factory worker assembling Mickey Mouse stuffed animals. What counts is their labor power. If they were not doing the stuffed Mickey Mouse stuffed animals, they would be using their labor power to do something of some kind of equivalent productive labor. So it's not strictly about what they're producing. It's where it, first of all, where does it lie within the supply chain is a big thing. The guy producing the Mickey Mouse stuffed animal has labor power producing value. The Disney employee working at the Disney store, the clerk selling the stuffed animal, doesn't. Second, even if everyone at Starbucks spent most of their time doing non-productive tasks, Marx's analysis of class relationships is always laser focused on the idea that the real commodity workers are selling is the capacity, labor power. Okay? And the value of the labor power is exactly what it's worth, its price of the wage, according to Marx. That's why Engels, by the way, says unions are bullshit. But that's the irony. You get paid the exact value of your labor. That happens to produce a surplus. That's the source of capitalist wealth. There's an internal kind of contradiction. It can't be fully formalized, right? Whether your capitalist directs you to spend an hour at the cash register or making coffee, the key point is the dull, that would still be necessary. No, it wouldn't. Shut up. Given the current state of coffee making and technology. No, it's not. If people had more free time, they probably wouldn't need servants to make them coffee. They probably have enough time to just make their own coffee if they were working like 2-hour days or some shit, or 4-hour days even. So you're wrong, Ben Burgess. You're just wrong. The key point is that the dull compulsion of economic necessity forces you to sell those hours of the day to the capitalists instead of having them to yourself. It doesn't. You can live off welfare. And you can even live being homeless. What you're actually referring to is the relative conditions of subsistence. And why that's relevant, we're going to get into it later when Ben doesn't know what the petty bourgeoisie is and he fails to define that. When Marx talks about a surplus produced by workers and extracted by capitalists, he sometimes talks about surplus value, where value is analyzed in terms of average socially necessary labor time, imperfectly reflected in the various goods, including the price of labor power. No, it's perfectly reflected in them. The imperfection comes from an internal contradiction of the form. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's right. Yeah, the labor time is imperfectly reflected in the various goods, but not in this one. It's not imperfectly reflected in labor power. In other places, like his discussion of the variable capital fund, talks about surplus value being extracted from workers in terms of actual literal money. No, he doesn't. You just fail to understand Marx's dialectical method. He doesn't talk about it in terms of strictly money or even strictly time. Because the enigma of surplus value, and you can get in this with his Marxist theories of surplus value, is that by just reproducing the conditions of labor, somehow a surplus is being produced. In other words, give workers the exact value of their wage, and they still are producing in excess. The source of real, actual difference of profit. The difference of profit is not beforehand stolen from workers in the form of time or money. The difference of profit is literally a profit is actually made in the form of the way society produces more wealth than it had before. And only from the perspective of the end point, the end product of production, can you then say, yes, the workers were exploited and robbed of their money. Only at the end point of production. In the beginning point of production, you can't say this. This is the transformation problem. This is the transformation problem. Only at the end point of production, after the surplus has been realized in the form of an average rate of profit, can you talk about how the labor value has been transformed into that surplus. It's happens after, not before. I think Andrew Kleeman, I don't agree with everything about the TSSI, but he's right that it's a temporal system. You need to have the time. It happens after, not before. That is very important. Otherwise, it's a stupid absurdity of Marxism. It's the end point of production that we can just talk about surplus value. Ben is doing the degrowth interpretation of Marxism, where he's trying to say something like, first, the worker has all of this free time, which the capitalist steals, and that's the source of surplus value. Well, that's an absurd proposition. The worker doesn't have any, the worker only has surplus time after they've produced enough wealth to render the time they put superfluous and unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not before the production, it's after. And if you don't understand this about capital, I'm sorry, this is an absurdity, right? But I go beyond Kleeman because it's not just temporal single system. It's also about the social nature of labor is retrocausal. Without retrocausality, Marxism is an absurdity. It's an absurdity. Because retrocausality allows you to understand how it is that the sociality of labor is something anticipated in the future, virtually objectivized in the future, retrocausally realizing itself by establishing its own premises in the past. So retrocausality solves the transformation problem. My theory, my contribution to Marxism, if I can be arrogant enough to say I have one, is that I believe there is a threshold of social labor, a type of cataclysm that pre-exists its own realization in the production process. So first, there is this huge kind of separation of the worker from their means of production, separation of man from nature, whatever. There is this contractive wave first. Then the contractive wave is realized in the process of production. The paradigm, the specific techno-economic paradigm. And the fact that it pre-exists its realization in production assumes a kind of logic of retrocausality, which displaces the object of Marxism from an individual substance, which is also the object of classical political economy, into a social substance, an enigmatic objectivity that resists being reducible to any individual measure. It's a virtual object. And the entire purport of the infrared project, the whole fucking thing is about this virtual object. From politics to political economy. It's all from the economy to politics to culture. It's the virtual object. That is what the globe fucking means. This is the source of Marx's value. This is the basis of the Soviet state. What's what we're trying to symbolize it, at least. I'm lazy and I'm tired and I'm trying to give myself energy to go through this. Okay, guys? The immediate producers would have to spend part of their... Okay, he's stupid, doesn't know what he's talking about here. With some equivalent to start... Okay, it's pointless. No one's talking about that. You should ask a parallel question. Say the 3 factories owned by 3 competing capitalists, all making competing versions of some disposable bauble that mostly ends up in landfills anyway. What? A Christmas ornament? I kind of fucking was embarrassed to admit I didn't know what a bauble was. But then I looked it up and realized it was a Christmas ornament. And I don't know where that came from. But, okay, labor power as a service is not the same as labor power as an object produced in a factory, regardless of what the object is going to be used for. Because as you just acknowledged, it's about the potential to do labor that's being valorized. So, no, it doesn't matter that the bauble is going to... the bauble is going to end up in a landfill. That doesn't matter. A future society might decide producing any quantity... But you missed the point, because I'm talking about an industry as a whole. Because let's forget about a future society. The present society will consider that those who work in factories are general laborers. And why they're general laborers, you have to read the Patsock Split. But a TLDR is that the determination of general labor has to do with contratia of waves. And specifically, the form of labor that emerges in the post-war period, which defines the economic social contract between the working class and the state. And that is the evolution of the political and economic evolution of general labor. And it has to do with contratia of waves. It was a form politically entitled to a set of regulations, benefits, and other conditions. These don't compound simple labor of third world workers. They represent a definite threshold of opposition toward nature and a definite, very real, very material, substantive form of production, which is social in nature. A definite form of simple labor. Simple labor gets redefined. The meaning of what it means to be simple labor. It's like, for example, a 4-year, just high school diploma, for example, as opposed to having no education. So the regulatory state, the welfare state, changes the historically relative definition of what simple labor is, which Marx says is always historically, societally, and nationally relative. It is on this material basis that the whole of the service economy and other spheres of production remain both derivative and parasitical as far as they are taken in the material sense. So why is that important? Why is the significance of general labor important? Because this kind of work in factories will be necessary and the minimal program of an immediate program for the emancipation of labor. Generalized demands by a working class dictatorship to organize and implement economic policies around the interests of that class will indeed target these forms of labor. Forget about the output, just the form of labor is what matters. Service industry will be abolished entirely. The argument I'm trying to make is the story goes like this, Ben Burgess. The story goes like this. In the post-war period, there was an implicit economic social contract created between the American working class and the American state, which inexorably intertwined the meaning of what it means to be working class with the definite entitlements, economic, social, and welfare entitlements coming with American citizenship. As a result of deindustrialization, neoliberalism, and the rise of finance capital, and as a result of the increased material wealth, unprecedented material wealth of society, the interests of the working class were sidelined, and what this wealth was used for is the pure accumulation of capital, and a fictitious capital in particular. And to keep this engine, this monstrous engine going of the production of fictitious capital, the interests of the working class were repressed, massive deindustrialization occurs, and you have the rise of the service economy. So my argument is that the service economy emerges in the proportion it does in America, at least, as this kind of auxiliary weapon almost of the financial and oligarchic dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, increasingly and almost purely maintained by political force of imperialism at the gun. Otherwise, the American working class can have a better deal given the state of technological advancement. That includes, for example, shortening the workday, decentralizing and socializing in many ways, information technology and copyright laws and things like that, instead of the service economy, we could have had a kind of, what all those tech bohemians were dreaming of, an open source free society where people are spending their free time being artists and sharing their ideas and sharing their cultural stuff and baking food for each other and putting it on the web, and this kind of digital data-based economy, open source kind of style, right? So we are making the argument that the service industry is a new form of slavery instrumented by the financial capitalist class against the working class. So that's why I wasn't just that was saying, Starbucks would cease to exist in socialism. It's more about this idea of upholding the service economy as the epitome of the demands of general labor. The only demand of general labor in regards to the service economy is getting rid of it. Because general labor, as it has been hitherto defined since the post-war period, which is the last time we had an economic social contract during the New Deal, right, is epitomized by a relationship to real production, right? Real material production, the production of material wealth. Society's changed since then, I agree. But did those changes necessarily result in the rise of the service industry? Only from the perspective of fictitious capital. Now, you could say that, well, the heavy industries also only emerged from the perspective of fictitious capital or capital. But you're wrong. If the US became a socialist Soviet-style planning economy in 1950, the automotive industries and all of these heavy manufacturing industries would have been preserved. And they still would have existed, or they still would have been developed as similar ones developed in the Soviet Union, because they are prime. They are, I don't know if that's the primary. Agriculture is primary, right? They are, I forget which sector of the fire. They are the industrial sector of the economy. The consumer sector, the whole barista nonsense, service sector, that is a result of the information age and the digital age. It's a purely result of rent. Doesn't even obey the logic of capitalist profit. This is rentier monopolies in the digital age. Almost feudal-like. Okay, so this is the second, even deeper, more telling way in which Haas misses the point in Capital in his original MAGA Communism Substack essay. I'm going to wait for this dono. Thank you so much, Emil. Appreciate you. Did you guys hear me? I just farted. Yeah, I'm not. I'll admit it.
They
Thank you,
want you
Emil.
to starve and die homeless and jobless with no solution in return. These people have no alternatives for your loss of
Thank
jobs.
you so much, Emil. Did the camera pick that up? I think it did, because I saw it. Did it pick it up? We got it! I finally caught one! I've been waiting to catch one. Every time I have one, and the camera never picks it up. Did this one pick it up? Yes. They never pick them up. And it finally did. Guys, turn that into an NFT. I swear to you, that'll be worth millions one day. Do you know how fucking rare that is? Make that an NFT. This is the best day of my life, okay? I've been waiting for so long for my mic to pick one up. It's never picked one up, ever, in history. It's never happened. And sometimes I try, and it doesn't work ever. Make it an NFT, guys. It'll be worth a lot. Okay, so this is part 2 of Ben's argument. I'm being so charitable here, relative to what he's actually read from me. But he said, I kept waiting for him to bring this up in the debate, but he never did. No, don't wait for me, Ben. Bring up your thing in the debate, and we could address it there instead of having to do this. Sadly, the guy approaches debates more as exercises in performative point scoring, sort of like WWE without any trace of physical harm, and as a chance to explore the substance of the issue in dispute. Bet you had no interest in doing that. The only reason you're engaging in the debate is because of clout. And the only reason you are a priori calling MAGA communism ridiculous is because of convention, prejudice, which is all just a more complicated form of the same pathology of WWE performative point scoring. Which is another reason I said that doing these debate stretched my limits of the value of doing these. It's more interesting than what he presented verbally. He says, so he quoted a part of the MAGA Communism Substack that was not theoretical. It was polemical and propagandistic. I was saying something to appeal to the common sense of both conservatives and teaching you guys how to communicate what we are trying to say in an ordinary, commonsensical way to conservatives. The dense, theoretical rationale behind this, which can be scrutinized on a theoretical level, is in the Pat-Sock split. But there is a discontinuity, as Marx says, between the method of inquiry and the manner of presentation. This makes sense to ordinary people on a common sense level. But Ben, if you want to put your glasses on and scrutinize my polemical arguments, do so by scrutinizing the theoretical basis for them, not the output appearance that's a result of that basis. Like, this is the superstructure, Ben. This is the base. you're doing something stupid and cheap. You're putting on your fucking glasses, scrutinizing a polemical few paragraphs as if I'm avoiding the implications of this from Marxist theory, when I have already addressed this from, like, I am trying to communicate something to ordinary MAGA people. You find this objectionable from the perspective of Marxism, but I was not addressing you as a Marxist. I was addressing normal people who have a false view of communism. If you want to dig into the, canonical significance of this, we can do it. But why do you scratch the surface? Why not just go to the basis of it in the theory? Which is here. So what do I say? The reign of the institution of private property isn't what guarantees people's liberty to have their own homes, land, farmsteads, businesses, or things that they actually use in the pursuit of happiness. It is what destroys them. The ruling class deceived the American people into thinking private property means having your own shit. What it actually means are banks and BlackRock stealing your shit. So, here's something I say that should be uncontroversial, even for someone like Ben Burgess. The ruling class made American people think that all of the use values involved in their conditions of subsistence are what constitutes private property. But what I was trying to say is that these are, as a matter of fact, taken away from them in the name of the sacred private property by banks and BlackRock. Again, things they use in general in the pursuit of happiness, not things they use to arbitrarily make money for money's own sake, not things they use for purposes even necessarily of accumulation, but things they use for the pursuit of happiness. So this should not be controversial. Communists don't want to socialize people's actual belongings or even businesses. Now this seems controversial from a Marxist perspective because businesses are based on profit and accumulation. But I am a Deng Xiaoping communist. I don't think that businesses or enterprises can necessarily be qualified in the 21st century, exclusively at least, as forms of capital accumulation. I think as far as businesses operate, enterprises are just units of, they're just economic units of some kind in the information age. Businesses that actually kickstart an autonomous process of capital accumulation don't exist on any popular level. Those are all monopolized, right? And part of the whole BlackRock kind of the highest levels of society. That's where the actual capital accumulation is happening. Someone who's starting like a coffee shop, a small mom and pop business, that is more an instrument of subsistence than it is an instrument of accumulation today. But a business is just an enterprise. It's a unit of... It's not... A business is not necessarily like... for purposes only of exchange values, that I'm trying to say. A business also refers to an independent economic unit, even within a socialist economy. Like, I reject the view that in China, a business is a traditional capitalist enterprise. I don't think so. I think the enterprise assumes a new significance in this period of transition between modes of production. But communists do not want to socialize people's actual belongings or even businesses. This is also true under the Mao era, when the Communist Party took power. They didn't even socialize all of the capitalist businesses either. this is something else Ben is woefully ignorant of, is the fact that Marxism is not just classical social democracy, it's also Marxism-Leninism, and that's where we're going to school him. The way in which the actual relations of production will develop will be a matter of history. Marx and Engels thought the course of actual development of production forces, the institution of private property will become superfluous. Yeah, that's true. Because productive relations will develop as forms of free association, which is kind of what we're seeing with the rise of the digital era, but unfortunately, it's all being monopolized by the rentier parasites. Production will have a substantive human quality based on relations between people rather than abstractions like money. Communists do not want to force this outcome on people, but allow it to happen. It could not happen at the expense of what the people want. It could only happen as the result of people's own historical development. Again, I'm not getting into detail on how that works, but Ben is very generous to make many assumptions about what I mean. In the meantime, what communists seek to overthrow is that of the monopolists, the bankers, big pharma, big agriculture, big tech, and others, which have hijacked the American Republic in the name of the sacred institution of American property, of private property. This is almost like, this is basically just kind of traditional Marxism-Leninism. Let me find the place. This is just Marxism-Leninism. Where is it specifically? Give me a second. Let me find where it's kind of like in parallel. It's something Lenin directly says. Maybe it's here. Give me a second. Because this is something I provided for something else, but I'm trying to find the exact part. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Because I'm trying to explain to Ben Burgess the logic of the basic logic of Leninism. But I'm trying to find a specific part that talks about okay, let me find this. Where does Lenin talk about this? Oh my god, I just had it here. Oh wait, I think it's here. Yeah, it's here. It's here. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, I found it here. It was a different thing. Okay. So, after winning liberty, it will abolish the rule of the landlords and bureaucrats in the administration of the state. After securing land, it will give the land to the peasants. Now, Lenin is saying this is the kind of democratic petty bourgeois impulse of the peasantry. They want to get rid of the landlords and they want to get rid of the bureaucrats and the state. Okay? These are economic formations that are based in rent and direct parasitism, not based in production or capitalism. Now, Lenin, and this is his 1905 Petty Bourgeois and Proletarian Socialism, where he makes a specific argument, which Ben Burgess doesn't appreciate. Now, to me, analogous to the landlords and bureaucrats today is, sorry, this is the wrong one, is the monopolists, the bankers, the big pharma, the big agriculture, and the big tech. Now, why is this from a Leninist perspective? Because in Lenin's theory of imperialism, monopoly capital represents capitalism in its reactionary form. Monopoly capital corresponds to the era of political imperialism, which infringes even on the basic democratic rights and the liberties of the people. It's reactionary even with regard to the classical bourgeois democratic capitalism and its demands. So Lenin says that in the era of imperialism, where capitalism has become reactionary, the task is to fight monopoly capital. Okay? And why is that important? Fighting monopoly capital. Because monopoly capital assumes, this is the paradoxical significance of the Russian Revolution. The Western democracies became just as reactionary as the Russian Empire, basically. Like, he is saying we are backward because we have all these landlords and bureaucrats getting in the way of basic bourgeois democracy. And then in his analysis of imperialism, he goes, wait a second, in the West, you have the rise of the monopolists, the bankers, and whatever. And it almost turns out that we discovered something here in Russia fundamental to the entire situation of the capitalist world, not just backward Russia. So it goes from a situation of exclusively Russian backwardness to unveiling the future of advanced capitalism in the West. This kind of archaeo-modern elliptical structure that Dugin talks about explicitly between Russia and the West, where the past kind of paradoxically can foretell the future in some way, right? Russia's backward, but it's the future of the advanced Europe by defining its definite limits and so on. So, what was Lenin's logic? All I'm doing is applying Leninism. Lenin's logic, and this was also Mao's logic, and this is what defines Marxism-Leninism. This is why it's Marxism-Leninism, not just the old Marxism, because it's a dialectical temporal logic that'll give you a headache if you don't think about it carefully. That's not just inherent in plain old Marxism. This is Lenin's contribution. The idea is that the basic bourgeois revolution will abolish the rule of the landlords and bureaucrats. That the peasant movement is a democratic bourgeois movement because after destroying the bureaucrats and the landlords, it'll set up a democratic system of society without altering the bourgeois foundation of said society. Now, Burgess makes a stupid argument later where he accuses me of trying to protect the reactionary classes, but that's not true. These monopoly capital and imperialism is itself what's reactionary. And these classes represented by MAGA of, yes, including small business people, but even the, young crypto bros, this is just a tendency of the proverbial peasant trying to break free from the shackles of the landlord, trying to break free of the shackles of monopoly capital, which try to immiserate and bound them by debt, by means of debt, right? So this is the Michael Hudson angle. This is like about the forgiveness of debts, right? So Lenin basically says that it's a democratic bourgeois movement because after you destroy the bureaucracy and the landlords, it's just a normal democratic capitalist system of free entrepreneurs competing in a free market, and that's capitalism. Now, look that based on what I said. That's also how you can think of this too, immediately when you think about it at first. Okay, destroy the monopolists, the bankers, and big pharma, and big agriculture, and big tech has. Then you have the petty proprietor and the petty capitalist, and that's just going to be normal democratic capitalism, and the whole thing's just going to start all over again, right? So it's a twin logic here, right? The underlying logic. And forget about the differences of the historical situation. Just appreciate the logic of the democratic bourgeois movement destroying the power of these landlords, these rentiers, will just lead to a normal democratic capitalist system. Okay, keep that in mind. That is a prejudice Lenin questions. And that is how Lenin Christologically forgave the sins of the Russian peasantry. How did he do it? Lenin said, what should the class-conscious worker, the socialist, regard the designated present movement? He should support this movement, help the peasants in the most energetic fashion, help them throw off both the rule of the bureaucracy and that of the landlords. At the same time, he should explain to the peasants that it is not enough to overthrow the rule of the bureaucracy and the landlords. When they overthrow that rule, they must at the same time prepare for the abolition of the rule of capital, rule of the bourgeoisie. And for that purpose, a doctrine is fully socialist, should be immediately disseminated. So there's this primary contradiction in Maoist terms between the peasant movement and the monopoly landlords, right? And then there's a secondary class struggle within the peasants in the form of this peasant bourgeoisie. Now, how does kind of Gramscian hegemony, which is an outgrowth of Marxism, Leninism, fit in with this, right? How does that fit in within it? Now, to continue, here's what Lenin says. The democratic struggle is waged by the workers together with a section of the bourgeoisie, especially the petty bourgeoisie. Especially the petty bourgeoisie, is what he says. On the other hand, the socialist struggle is waged by the workers of the whole of the bourgeoisie. The struggle against the bureaucrat and the landlord can and must be waged together with the peasants, even the well-to-do and middle peasants. So this seems paradoxical. How can you fight the bourgeoisie while also working with the bourgeoisie to overthrow the landlords? And the same thing can be said about Mao. Mao defined it in terms of primary and secondary contradictions. But a lot of people don't understand that logic. They just think, okay, these are your priorities. It's not just a ranking of priorities. It's something deeper. Well, how does this dialectical logic resolve itself into something coherent and sensible? Well, it's simple. And this is what defines the legacy of Marxism-Leninism. Go back to Two Tactics and hear what Lenin has to say. This is where it's going to get interesting. No one will be able to blame the representatives of the proletariat if, having done everything in their power, their efforts are defeated by the resistance of the reaction, the treachery of the bourgeoisie, and the ignorance of the masses. Uh-oh. 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 What is Lenin saying? Because he's kind of breaking out of the Eurocentric, stagist, linear Marxism, and we're getting a warped, kind of strange temporal logic. Look what he says. Let the bourgeois opportunists contemplate the future reaction with craven fear. The workers will not be frightened by that thought that the reaction promises to be terrible, or by the thought of the bourgeoisie proposed to recoil. To set up the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Huh? What? What does that mean? What does that mean? Does he talk about it here? What does that mean? Well, I'll tell you in concrete, practical terms what it meant in history. Something strange happened at the level of historical, temporal, linear logic. The bourgeoisie that existed in Russia so happened to actually side with the landlords and with the autocracy when all was said and done. The bourgeois democratic revolution couldn't be fulfilled by the bourgeoisie. The communists played a decisive role. The communists, being the organization of the proletariat, played a decisive role in accomplishing the tasks of democratic bourgeois capitalism. The bourgeoisie couldn't do it. Now, you look at a half a century worth of experience, at least, of Marxism, Leninism, and you begin to see the picture. Only the communists can do this. You may think that this is just traditional democratic capitalism. You can call it that, but even a traditional democratic capitalism, even being able to establish something close to that, can only occur under the leadership of communists. And that's the role communists have played in history. Forgiving the debts, destroying the parasites, and allowing the productive forces to develop according to their inner historical necessity, including the relations of production. And as it so happens, while these relations of production that emerge afterwards, after this decisive communist leadership, they may mirror or seem similar to capitalist relations, but they're not. Like China's relations of production today seem similar, awfully similar to capitalist relations, but they're not. There's the decisive element, for example, of this proletarian dictatorship, this central socialist planning state, these state-owned enterprises, state ownership of all the land, 5-year plans. All of these capitalist relations of production are undercut by this thick texture of socialism, socialist planning mechanisms and rule, such that, is there a bourgeoisie in China? No, there's no such thing. Every single class owes its existence to the proletarian dictatorship and to the socialist mode of production in some way. There's no autonomous bourgeoisie. There's no universal subjectivity, democratic subjectivity. It's a partial stance and position, economically and politically, with regard to the proletarian dictatorship. So the basic ability for civilization to continue, even in a natural, normal way, according to the laws of history, communists play a decisive and necessary role there. That is the entire purport of Marxism. Only communists can unleash the productive forces, but more specifically, only communists can rescue the people, the whole people, and we're going to get to that too because Ben seems to be confused about that, from the bloodsuckers who are fettering the forces of production and even fettering the development of the normal relations of production, even if they appear to be just the normal democratic bourgeois capitalism. The communist critique of... See, this is something no one's ever done, and this is just what infrared does. We are trying to apply the logic of Leninism to the advanced capitalist West. There is no formal peasantry here. But I think the lesson of Leninism is more essential. It's not about more backward or more advanced. There's a fundamental logic at the core of Leninism that has never been absorbed in the West. And that's all infrared is saying. The communist critique of private property allows for pro-people policies, including lowering taxation, ending government subsidies for the monopolists, and removing red tape to actually happen, because it places the interests of the people above the interests of money and so-called private property. Communists want the people to have more things, not less. More wealth, more businesses, and more prosperity. If the people have more of these things, then the productive forces accelerate faster, unleashing human prosperity and creativity to the point where things like Wall Street, the City of London, will have a chance to gain power again. So Marxism believes that the relations of production will develop in such a way that leads to a different mode of production and different relations of production. But it doesn't say you should voluntarily change the forces of production. Listen to Marx's words closely. It says the proletariat should seize political power to oversee the natural development of the relations of the forces of production, which is something material and economic. So I'm not saying a reformism of Edward Bernstein where, oh, let's just wait for the economy to happen. Because Bernstein's evolutionism was political. He was saying, let's wait for the state to reform. It's not. You need a fucking revolution with an iron fist just to oversee and break the power of these monopolists. So it's like what Michael Hudson says. You need this strong power to forgive the debts just to allow the normal continuation of history. That's what Marxism-Leninism introduces. Like, you need basic dictatorship and revolutionary dictatorship just, yes, for things to be as normal. There's no natural bourgeois democratic revolution that's going to happen in Russia. Marxists are the only people who saw an objective historical achievement of the bourgeois democratic revolutions. So it became their responsibility. Just like when Marx was disappointed during the 1848 revolutions. What happened? The bourgeoisie betrayed them. Marx was surprised. He said, well, I thought the bourgeoisie was the progressive class. No. That essence you perceived in the French Revolution wasn't led by the bourgeoisie. It was led by the petty bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is in cahoots with the establishment. They owe themselves to the hegemony. And the significance of the Gramscian hegemony here, which is, again, part of Marxism-Leninism, I don't know if I got into detail when it comes to that, is that the class struggle doesn't get waged strictly at the level of policy or even strictly at the level of expropriation. Class struggle is waged at the level of hegemony. So, for example, how is class struggle waged in China today? Class struggle is waged simply by the implementation of the plan. If you're against the party and you're against the hegemony of the proletarian dictatorship, you represent interests contrary to the proletariat. Yes, it's that simple. That's the Gramscian logic of hegemony. Class struggle is not this direct fight over people fighting for things. I'll explain what class struggle means. This program for the overthrow of the monopolists, the bankers, big pharma, big agriculture, big tech, and others, the overthrow of the ruling hegemony is objectively a form of class struggle. And it's a form of class struggle because it can only be led by the proletariat. The proletariat is the only class capable of doing this or leading it. Okay, so he says, all this is fascinating for a couple of reasons. First, I find it amazing that someone can absorb so much Marx, missing the basic and obvious point. The passage shows, it admits the staggeringly obvious fact the hardest core of the MAGA faithful isn't made up of workers, whether in manufacturing or other sector, but the small business owners he's reassuring here. No, that's not true, you dumb fuck. Because you yourself acknowledged from that Cohen guy, the analytical Marxist, that most of the actual real blue-collar working class own instruments of production that augment their labor, that they sell. And that's how most people, most contract laborers, see themselves as small business owners. So in no way am I saying that small business owners are the core of MAGA. But people who believe that they are either small business owners or aspiring small business owners? Of course they are. But that's the Mecca proletariat. That's the same cab drivers that Cohen is talking about. People who have some instrument of production that augments their labor, which they still are ultimately selling. Okay? Not people who own ma and pa shops or, small people engaged in small forms of accumulation. Those are not the hardest core of the MAGA faithful. The hardest core of the MAGA faithful is the blue-collar working class, who indeed are very sensitive about this idea of their shit being expropriated. Like, I'm sorry, dude. You have to acknowledge, this is why I'm bringing this back up from Marx. Marx isn't fucking out here saying that the proletariat's only the people who sell their labor to survive. Because you can survive being a fucking homeless guy. It's to support the relative conditions of subsistence. Well, in American culture, relative conditions of subsistence, as established, formally even, through the housing reforms and all that kind of stuff in the post-war period, yeah, it's like having a house with a lawn and a white picket fence and a car. Having shit. That's not petty bourgeois. That's the relative conditions of the subsistence of labor. That's what workers expect to be able to fucking have for the price of their labor. They don't just want to be slaves in some institution in a pod eating fucking bugs. So when they hear the word communism during the Cold War, they were told, we're going to take all of your shit and socialize it. And they're running in the other direction because they don't want to be institutionalized. That's not a petty bourgeois impulse, because the Stalinist rank and file, Stakhanovites, were resisting the institutionalization of the managerial Soviet elite. And so were the Maoist rank and file. If you read Dong Ping Han's Unknown Cultural Revolution, they were trying to do the same thing. Set up their own alternative forms of association to escape the tyranny of the socializers and institutionalizers. So working class people who don't want to be cooped up into these institutionalized forms of sociality are not petty bourgeois. It has nothing to do with the actual social character of labor, which happens at the level of production, not at the level of culture, not at the level of telling you what you can and can't do, not at the level of an affront to your fucking dignity and being controlled, and so on and so forth. So let's start with what he gets right about capitalism. It's correct that capitalist property relations involve banks taking away what small-scale proprietors have built up with their blood, sweat, and tears. That's not really what I'm referring to here. I'm, for example, referring to the fact that banks and BlackRock take away people's homes. They take away people's cars, and they take away their trucks, the trucks they need to sell their labor, for example. They take away their instruments, they take away their tools. They take away everything, even things that aren't even involved in any process of accumulation whatsoever gets taken away. And they don't just get taken away to be aggregated into some efficient, large-scale capitalist enterprise, Ben. They get taken away as an instrument of debt, and that's what you're fucking missing. This is not something progressive when banks and BlackRock take away people's shit. They're not aggregating it into some higher socialized form of production. They're using it as a form of financial capital, as a form of debt to make people debt slaves and serfs. So they're basically just recreating conditions of serfdom. Now, Marx talks about this as early as in the 18th Brumaire, when he talks about the peasants, the small holding peasants, right? And what does he say about them? He says, the peasants, because they've been indebted to the 4 million paupers who have been pauperized because they've been expropriated and indebted in the countryside, the interests of the peasants are no longer, as with Napoleon, in accord, but are now in opposition to bourgeois interests, to capital. They find their natural ally and leaders in the urban proletariat, whose task is to overthrow the bourgeois order. The strong and unlimited government, and this is the second Napoleon idea, this was the rule of the financial parasites. Right? How does he describe what's going on here? The peasant's small holding is now only a pretext that allows the capitalist to draw profits, interest, and rent from the soil while leaving it to the agriculturalist to see how he can extract his wages. That's the condition of the small farmer in America today. That's the condition of the truck driver. That's the condition of the Mecca proletariat in general. The mortgage debt burdening the soil of France imposes on the French peasantry an amount of interest equal to the annual interest of the entire British national debt. Smallholding property in this enslavement by capital, toward which its development pushes it unavoidably, has transformed the mass of the French nation into troglodytes. Now, why is this even relevant? Especially because it's what Lenin cites to justify his program of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Because Marx refers to his, what he thinks should be the strategy in France is what? A people's revolution on the continent. A people's revolution to destroy the bureaucratic military machine. Marx is not saying that these peasants are reactionaries getting in the way of progress because these fucking landowners and bankers are bloodsuckers just extracting rent from them, producing nothing. He's saying the interest of the peasant aligns with the proletariat and they need to join together and form a people's revolution. And Lenin cites this polemically in his polemics with the Mensheviks and fake Marxists to justify Marx's point, the need for a real people's revolution. And the Mensheviks were rejecting this. Oh, what do you mean a people's revolution? We're just talking about the proletariat. No! Lenin makes it clear why it has to be a people's revolution. Because, look, we need a complete class independence for the party, and that's why we're saying we want a communist party for the working class. If you don't know, that's what we've emphasized so fucking often. But it divides the people into classes, not in order that the advanced class may shut up within itself, confine itself to narrow aims, and emasculate its activity for fear that the economic rulers of the world will recoil, but in order that the advanced class, which does not suffer from the half-heartedness, vacillation, and indecision of the intermediate classes, may with all the greater energy and enthusiasm fight for the cause of the whole people, at the head of the whole of the people. That is hegemony. That's what Lenin's saying. He's saying, yes, it's for the proletariat, but the proletariat is there to lead the whole people through the long march of modernity. It's not to shut itself off and say, oh, you're a fucking small business owner being indebted by these fucking banker parasites. Well, fuck you, you're reactionary and we're superior. No, they're saying we do have a general people's interest. The interests of general labor represent the interests of the people. We represent the future of the people. We represent the soil of the people. We represent the material bedrock and the basis of the people, and we're going to lead the people to victory. That's what MAGA communism is about, and that's why we're saying it's about the working class. It's not exclusive to the working class. Mao talked about allying with the patriotic bourgeoisie. It's just that it's the proletarian hegemony that needs to be established at the head of the whole people. The people include the bourgeoisie. The people include petty proprietors. The people include the small business owners. The people include all these kind of things. But the decisive thing is that for it to be a general people's interests, it has to be led by the proletariat establishing that hegemony, leading the whole people while simultaneously waging an internal class war, not antagonistically, as Mao said, but by establishing the hegemony of the proletarian working class dictatorship. In other words, I mentioned earlier that in China, I refuse to say that enterprises are bourgeois or capitalistic. Why do I refuse to say that? Because every enterprise in China that's ever established is established under the hegemony of the proletariat. That matters. That matters. It's the proletarian hegemony that undercuts the divide. The petty proprietor vacillates, as Lenin said, but under the leadership of the proletariat, the interests of the petty proprietor are fully aligned with the whole people, not to the hegemony and the ruling class. Why is this so important for the history of Marxism-Leninism? Because oftentimes the history of Marxism-Leninism was a history of anti-imperialist and anti-colonial wars of independence, where they were fighting against comprador classes that were getting rich off of sucking the cock of the colonists and the imperialists. So the proletariat led the whole national people against the colonizers, the invaders, and the imperialists, all of them, to victory. And that was nationalism. So what? That's what communism's about, leading the whole people. The proletariat is just establishing the proletarian hegemony, because without the proletarian hegemony, it's not a universal class. You're not giving expression to the universal interests of the people. So Ben Burgess is fucking wrong. It's true that Marx's theory of history, the transition from one mode to the other, has everything to do with the development of the productive forces. But Haas's vision of this, other than a derisive message or two to finance capital, is a kind of Marxism oddly detached from any real notion of class struggle. No, it's fucking not, Ben. You just don't know shit about Marxism-Leninism. Class struggle takes a definite form, Ben. Even in the Communist Manifesto, they say the class struggle is national in form. Well, Marxism-Leninism updates that by saying that the class struggle takes the form of anti-imperialism. The class struggle takes the form of the democratic struggle. The class struggle takes the form of the anti-monopoly capital struggle. That's the actual form the class struggle takes. The form of the class struggle doesn't take. It's not just a cultural revolution where people say, I identify as the proletariat, you identify as the bourgeoisie, so let's shoot each other. That's not the form it takes. That's a vulgar coincidence of content and form. The form is all of these other things you would think are just democratic bourgeois revolutions. But the whole point is the bourgeoisie can't fulfill them. The bourgeoisie can't fulfill or attend to the basic needs of history. So when the Communist Party decisively fulfills the concrete interests of the people, that is the class struggle. The enemies fighting against them, fighting the proletarian hegemony, are waging a class war against them. By establishing class hegemony, that is class war. You don't know anything about Gramscian hegemony. You're just a fucking vulgar fake Marxist, so all of this is very new to you. But you're so bafflingly fucking ignorant when you're trying to say that this is a case of us trying to fucking sell people this story of, oh yeah, you can preserve your prior form and relations of production without the modernizing transformations of the forces of production, and we're going to support reactionaries. No, dude, because that's not what's going on. We're not witnessing the actual Fourth Industrial Revolution being the source of immiseration. It's the bankers and the fucking bloodsuckers who produce nothing at all. The rentier landlord fucking parasites with a new form of feudalism that are bringing the people down. It's not like there's a new, efficient, socialized form of production that's replacing it. Only communists can do that. Hell, even Trump is a fucking communist here, according to you. It's like, Trump is like, we want freedom cities in the rural Midwest, brand new cities, more technology, more socialization. Yeah, you don't think that's going to outmode some of these other primitive forms of relations or production? It will. But Trump's forwarding it because it benefits the people. That's not what the current hegemony is doing when it's immiserating people, taking their shit away and putting them in debt. It's turning them into fucking debt slaves. It's not leading to any progress in any meaningful sense. That's why Lenin says imperialism is reactionary. Maybe that used to be the case in the 1800s or something. That's debatable, by the way. And Marx and Engels made a lot of wrong assumptions in the Communist Manifesto, and that's why they were so disappointed by the Springtime of Nations. They updated and changed their views. Anyone can fucking see that. And you can see that especially in how Marx, he doesn't just change his views. history changed and he updated accordingly with what happened to the French peasantry. He talks a lot about the people in general in a way that's radically foreign to Marxism. Dude, have you ever read any Marxist-Leninist literature? It's foreign to Marxist literature, except Lenin, who says, literally responding, yes, Ben Burgess, the people's revolution. Social democracy has fought and is fighting against the bourgeois democratic abuse of the word people. It demands this word shall not be used to cover up failure to understand the class antagonisms with the people. We don't fail to understand that because we also insist, yes, on the hegemony of the working class and the establishment of a communist party. We're not saying that we're not saying Elon Musk is part of the working class. In a fantasy universe, could Elon Musk be part of a counter-hegemonic movement led by the hegemony of the working class? Maybe. What if he was a patriotic bourgeoisie? I don't think he is, by the way. But I'm just trying to explain to you the specificity of the terms we're using here. Like, Lenin is literally responding to this pseudo-Marxist jibber-jabber, this Menshevik stupid bullshit. Marxism-Leninism is already responding to this. The role of Marx sees the development which people? The whole, just read Lenin if you want to know which fucking people. The whole mass of people standing outside of the establishment, which is rooted in just a pure form of the people, not the real people themselves. The antisocial interests of the establishment as opposed to the whole people and their interests. Ben, we're ruled by a fucking monopoly, a 1%. It's a fucking complete monopoly. It's a one big club and we're not fucking in it. That's a real thing, Ben. There is a real people. The people. The real ones. Not fucking MSNBC. And not the fucking Brooklyn... I'm on fucking YouTube. The role that Marx sees the development of productive forces does the transitioning without humans having to fight about it? Dude, I had to fight you in a debate about MAGA communism. You don't think MAGA communism is a declaration of war against the fucking state, dude? How is that not a fight? Trump fought more than you ever had in your whole fucking life, Ben. He was under attack more than the DSA ever was. It's particularly exciting that capitalism is hyper-developed means of production with the possibility of achieving a more egalitarian and democratic... This is just about fucking liberal jibber-jabber. If we can organize the working class to overcome capitalist resistance to the transformation. What form do you think that fucking takes now, Ben? It's capitalists resisting Trump's freedom cities. If you don't like that example, it's capitalists who are trying to resist China and Russia's rise and their way of developing the productive forces. They're literally resisting it. They're literally resisting the fourth industrial revolution. Yes, they are. It's not the ma and pa shops of MAGA, which are eager to have a new, bright, beautiful future that they can be a part of. They just don't want to be fucking slaves of the banks. Does that make them reactionary? They don't want to be slaves? Haas manages to miss it entirely. No, you miss it entirely, Ben. That's what my whole fucking MO is about, actually. You want to preserve the capitalist resistance because you want to preserve the monopolies, Ben. You want to preserve the red tape. You want to preserve the managerial welfare state. You want to preserve the fucking government bureaucracy. And I want to destroy the taxes, destroy the big government, let the fucking forces of production flourish. But it's the monopoly bourgeoisie that's fucking resisting it. Because they're in fucking bed with big government, which fucking secures and protects the fucking monopoly, and we all know it. Marx excoriates the capitalist effect without farthing of compensation. He doesn't want to turn back the clock to give petty proprietors their shit back. Are you fucking stupid, Ben? Because he doesn't want to turn back the clock and restore relations and forms of production that were objectively outmoded by history. That's not what happened recently when people lose their fucking homes. People didn't lose their fucking homes because home ownership was outmoded by history. If you think that's the case, how the fuck do you explain how in China, over 90% of people own their own fucking homes? Has that been outmoded? China's way more futuristic and advanced than shithole America right now. It's fucking rotting and crumbling infrastructure, stuck in the 20th century. You don't know a damn thing you're fucking talking about. We're not trying to give petty proprietors their older, outdated form of means of production and their shitty old infrastructure. We're trying to give people a semblance of human dignity, like China's doing right now for its own people. But apparently Ben Burgess knows more about Marxism than Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party. Like, I'll give you an example of this, right? In China, smallholding agriculture is the main form. China wanted to move toward more of a industrialized form of agriculture recently. So what they're doing is a deal. They make a deal with these peasants. We will give you your own apartment buildings fully in these communities and a means to get a new job, poverty alleviation, and then we want the land for the farming. So there's a case where petty proprietors lost their old shit, but they got their shit back because they got their fucking way of life back. Not the exact form, but they got their shit. You see the key word, Ben? They got what's theirs. Their stake in the Chinese state and in Chinese society. They got it back after it was taken away. And it was an exchange. You know what I mean? He certainly... Trump literally just promoted freedom cities. You think Trump is sitting here being like, oh yeah, we want fucking diners from the 1940s to be preserved. Actually, Ben, it's fucking sentimental hipsters living in fucking Brooklyn that are all about this fucking quiche kind of like, ooh, that's so old. Everything old is good and cool and hip. They're the ones who aestheticize and get sentimental about that shit. It's the fucking people you're calling reactionary that want a turbocharged, hyper-accelerated futurism so their life gets better. So you've got everything backwards. It's fucking baristas that are sentimental about restoring the past. They want to restore the past so much that they're on board with Greta Thunberg's fucking return to nature Avatar fucking bullshit where we run around fucking naked with spears. The fuck are you talking about? He certainly doesn't want pro-people policies like cutting taxes. How do you know? He wasn't even living today. He wants more than cutting taxes, Benny boy. Benny boy. Benny boy. You know what Marx fucking wants? He wants to smash the bureaucratic military machine. You know what, Benny boy? The social services you're referring to are a part of that machine. If you didn't know it, they're part of that fucking bureaucracy. Marx wants to smash it. He doesn't just want to cut taxes. I'm being generous. Marx is the guy with the big fucking hammer who wants to smash the entire fucking thing. I'm just saying let's cut taxes to start. By the way, I don't want to cut Social Security. I want to improve it, expand it, make it more efficient, and make it more simple. We don't want to cut social services. We want to reform them so they're not consolidated and fettering the forces of production in the way they are now, which they are. Cutting red tape. Smash the bureaucratic military machine. You're saying Marx doesn't want it. He's so sensitive to red tape, and yet he says he wants to smash the whole fucking thing into itty-bitty pieces? Shut the fuck up. Quite a bit of capital is spent celebrating the introduction of red tape to the labor process. Thank you so much, Hot Tape.
Ben got a PhD in jibber jabber.
Chapter 10 is all about the
Academia is a
struggle
min
over
with
working
hatchery.
hours and the introduction of laws limiting the amount of capitalists can force their employees to spend at work. What? You're saying that cutting red tape means reducing... You're saying cutting red tape means rolling back, limiting the hours? We are the ones who want to reduce labor time with the government, by the way. When people refer to red tape, they're not fucking referring to all the things we take for granted from the New Deal that we all like. We're referring to the fucking bureaucracy that is overgrown, inefficient. It's a real thing. To go to the fucking DMV, it's a real thing. Nobody's talking about getting rid of Social Security and getting rid of fucking basic labor protections and child labor laws. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the laws that have been put in place to serve monopolists and fetter the growth of the productive forces to serve the monopolists. An achievement enforced by factory inspectors. You know, yeah, dude, Ben, you just don't understand dialectics. We want to smash the state and build a new one in its stead. Will that state have administrative... Yeah, it will. But it'll just be clean and efficient and simplified and up to date. We aren't against FDR's New Deal. I'm not, certainly. So you're saying, oh, Marx praised the cutting the labor hours. Okay, I praise it too. Is that the same thing as breaking the bureaucracy? No, it's not. On the contrary, it's something that accelerates the development of the forces of production. I think Marx noted this directly. Because it forces the capitalists, in that case, to innovate around it. It's just that the fucking big government bureaucracy right now is a big waste. You know, I can't fucking believe this dishonest fuck Ben Burgess. This is the one Rev always likes to share, which is valid. Ben! Hey, Ben Burgess! Is this justified? Really? We need this? This is what we need? Thank you, Lodi.
Hayes, not to derail, but how do we make sense of a great nation like Iran with elements of the IRGC calling for Trump's being redacted as Soleimani revenge?
Dialectics, that's how, Lodi. Because we're not Iranians. We're not living in Iran. Don't be a Trotskyite and believe there's a simultaneous, cotemporal, universal subjectivity, because there isn't. Things mean different things in different contexts. It's a web of context. Let's be postmodernists here. It's a web of context. There's no universal, simultaneous subjectivity encompassing how every single fucking person feels in the world at the same exact time. What's right in Iran is not the same thing as what's right in America. We're Stalinists, not Trotskyists. The dialectical point, Marx, is that the hideous process of expropriation, we're not even talking about small-scale producers. We're talking about the conditions of subsistence that are not being commoditized as much as they're literally just being assimilated into new forms of serfdom. And Ben is basically making apologia for his BlackRock socialism. Ben more or less is saying that he wants a feudal socialism where the way banks make people debt slaves and serfs, he wants to add a supplementary kind of institutional woke control, which already is happening, that he wants to call socialism by augmenting the terms of the debt, by making it more fair or making it more amicable to people. He doesn't want to just forgive the whole fucking debts completely. A vastly more positive process of expropriation. Yeah, like OnlyFans. In the interest of more prosperity for the working class. Dude, what you're missing is that this might have been true for the 1800s, but it's not now. Because the bourgeoisie is not... Again, since Lenin's imperialism, the bourgeoisie is reactionary, Ben. They're not overseeing any advances at all in anything. They're reactionaries. What part of that do you not fucking get? The footnote in this passage could have been a prophetic attempt to remedy MAGA communist expropriation. Based on what? The lower middle classes, the small manufacturers, small shopkeepers, fight against the bourgeoisie to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. No, that's more like fucking small coffee shops in fucking Brooklyn. Hipster fucking coffee shops or some shit. That's the DSA fighting Jeff Bezos. We side with Jeff Bezos. Rev literally made a tweet saying Jeff Bezos was more of a communist than all the fucking American leftists combined. We agree with him. We're the ones who side with Jeff Bezos against the fucking Portland hipsters who hate him. Ben. Yeah, these small people of the middle class, the Philistine middle class, that's not MAGA. That's not MAGA. Those are fucking Democrats in your DSA. These other forces are reactionary for they try to roll back the wheel of history. Yeah, they're environmentalists. They like Greta Thunberg. They love the quiche, niche, Brooklyn scene, the LA scene. Ooh, let's preserve this. No, Jeff Bezos, you can't develop here. AOC is preserving it. Yeah, I agree they're reactionaries. You just got the people mixed up a little for the MAGA. Trump wants to build flying cars in freedom cities. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Sounds like some shit AOC would be on the side of. Yeah, these other forces, AOC, DSA, and the progressives in America, they are reactionary and they are trying to roll back the wheel of history. I agree. That's why I'm a MAGA communist, because we want to go forward, not roll back anything. What part of we want new, beautiful, bright cities, towns, homes, modes of transportation, ways of life? We're not selling people on some fucking idea that they can preserve, shitty, rotting infrastructure and outdated things forever. Trump never said that. We never said that. That's an assumption you pulled out of your ass. I don't know where you got it from. Didn't come from us. One thing I'm ever unworried about is MAGA communism becoming a mass movement. This is a stupid article, 2 out of 10. Fucking garbage. Guys, this stream has outlived its intended length by millions of years. Like, this is such a long stream. But I put a lot of work in it, and I hope you guys liked it. Hey guys, beautiful day, beautiful time. Don't ever say I don't try to put in work for you guys. All right, I'm exhausted energy-wise. I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? Oh man, Okay, one's in the chat if you learned something or you benefited from this or it clarified a few things. I just hope I didn't do it in vain. I hope I didn't do it in vain. I hope you guys took something away from this with all my heart. And I hope you understand how we are the Marxist-Leninists. We are the fucking real communists. We're not adding some new... we're not revisionists. We are literally Marxist-Leninists in the American context. Hope you guys can understand what that means now. And I hope I've clarified a lot of things. Beautiful stream, guys. I'm going to tear up. How emotional. Beautiful stream, guys. I'm so faithful in what we're doing. I believe in it with all my fucking heart and soul. Like, I really fucking think we're on the right track. We're going to lead the people to victory. I think this is what communism is all about. It's always just been about this. We're not trying to create a new wacky system pulling out of our ass. We're trying to realize the laws of history itself. We're trying to feel the winds of history, be faithful to them, not shirk in the face of them, and courageously fight forward into the heat of battle, leading the American people to victory against their enemies, against the forces of reaction. And the real forces of reaction are in Wall Street and Washington, not in fucking Idaho and East Palestine, Ohio. The forces of reaction are in Wall Street and Washington, not the people in East Palestine, Ohio. The people of East Palestine, Ohio have real progress beating in their fucking hearts. A real transformation and unleashing of human ability, human potential, and the forces of human production. And it's the fucking bloodsuckers and parasites in Wall Street and in Washington that are holding us back and keeping us in the past. That's my message to you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good fucking night, and don't you ever fucking forget it, that truth and justice is on our side. To the very